All right, this is a test. Beginning stream in three, two, one. I wonder if it's been approved, but I don't mind if it's like a little less. But I'm using a better microphone like I have been using, except this one. Oh, actually, I totally forgot to do that one other thing. Time to summon my face. All right, that works a little better. At least I think it will work, but we'll see. Hi. Hey, you showed up just in the nick of time. I was just in the middle of setting up, actually. Happy Sunday, by the way. And hey, Angel. Wow, both of you just showed up not too long ago. You just added voice acting to your comic already? Oh, cool. You know, I was thinking of doing the same, kind of. But I can't do that right away. But yeah, feel free to share if you like. I'm just getting myself started. I was gonna do it like half an hour ago, but I needed like extra time to wake myself up, and I was hoping I would get this a little bit more done, but I think that's gonna be all right. All right, let's check her out. Actually, let me. It's also. Oh wait, never mind. Oh shoot. All right. Boop. Oh come on, I can't really do that. Well, that's fine. Doesn't matter too much. Um, let's see if you can hear it a little all right. All right, I'm just gonna turn it up.
Chris, did you decide what path you want to follow? I can teach you the path of magic. What do you say?
I don't know, Emmy. Magic is hard, you know. I don't have talent for this.
And there it is. I think that's a pretty good start. Go check these folks out. Thank you for sharing, by the way. Now I have to like readjust the volume thing of a jig again. I wish it was like a little like. Can I do that easily? Let me see. I had it perfect. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Small steps are very important, and that is true. I know I've been taking small steps in some things, but it gets you somewhere. But again, thank you for that. There we go. I like the voices for the characters too, so I think that they're a good pick. Um, eraser, pen. Okay, there we go. All right, so happy Sunday, and also happy Affilateversary. It's my third year as an affiliate, if you wouldn't believe it. And I don't really know what to do today, actually. But I'm gonna just like make the most of what I can, really. So, I'm not sure what kind of games that I could play, but I just want to take a simple day. I wish I could do more for you guys, but I just want to take her easy and just enjoy it. They were the first to respond, and I was surprised they did so fast, and I felt bad for the others who wanted to dub it. Oh wow, really? Well, consider yourself lucky. I mean, you got help, and they're very willing to help you out. So that's very nice. But hey, you know, if others wanted to get into it though, and if you have any plans in you later on, like additional characters, I don't know. Might be nice to have them in a backlog. I don't know. But that's cool. I always find it's a little difficult to find voice actors. Well, maybe not, but finding the actor, voice actor for the job is a whole other story. Oh boy, 3-3. Well, there you go. I know I have a friend who is thinking of helping out with the project. I'm gonna have to just gonna like. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Again, that's very lucky. Yeah, to get to get them on the first try. I do have a YouTube channel, actually. Yeah. Do I have it on my Twitch channel? I wonder. Okay, no, I do not. But I mean, I don't promote it on my Twitch. But yes, I do have a YouTube channel. Oh, okay. It looks like I'm getting a bit of a following, kind of, but yeah. Well, anyway, that's my YouTube channel. Currently, I just like post whatever content, just putting it out there. I hope that I'll have some actual content to post, like with my comic project, like I'm working right now. If I get to the point where I feel like I have, enough material that I could just like hire someone to do voice acting for my story, then yeah, I'll be pretty set, I also do like speed paints and random videos I have done in the past. One of the things I wanted to do. Oh hey, Dylan, welcome. Happy Affiliateversary, which I like to call it. I didn't have anything fancy to put on prior to the start, but you know what? I'm just not gonna worry about it and see how they will go. A strategy I recommend is to build an audience there and try to bring them to Twitch. Well, that's true. Yet I don't have a huge following to really, I don't know. I mean, that's a good idea, yes, but I just don't. Not yet. But I'm working on it though. It got some a bit of a following, really. Maybe at some point maybe I'll probably just like try and build up more, and then at some point then I'll try to like promote it. Because the only way for me to grow, I guess, is to just try to be active, I suppose. Oh yeah, shorts. I might try. I might try something like that. I might try something like that, I guess. Which actually, since you did brought up shorts, I did do it. I did sorry. One of the shorts I did put out was an animated short, which I'm not gonna lie though, but my most viewed short, not short, but video in general is actually a short, and I'm sure if you noticed that, it's just a simple animation of my OC. Just for some reason that one gained a lot of attention, even though it's very short, and I didn't expect it to pick up too much of a following, but this sure did. And you have been streaming the last month, 25 days. How many is it, like most of the days in April you said, or just like how did that go? And I don't a hashtag. Oh yeah, hashtags too. Though actually I kind of didn't bother with adding hashtags, have I? Well, I mean, again, that was like, when did I posted this video? When was that actually? Description. November. So that was like November last year-ish. So that's a while ago. It's not much, but I haven't really been active when it comes to animations, but I've been planning on doing like more content, at least, and sort of trying. But I got this to do. I got a game project I'm doing, and commissions. I got a lot on the plate. But man, yeah, I absolutely. I really need to. I really need to do more of that, but problem is, I have so many ideas, I don't know what to really work on, and sometimes it's the only issue for me. But I need an idea though. Um, I it could be a short so, but the only idea in my head, as I said, I do plan on doing the audio dub, the dub of my comic here ish. But I don't know when I'll get around to that. But I hope I'll have. It's gonna come though. It's just that I just kind of want to be prepared. But I guess in the meantime, I should try to fill in the content. So yeah, it is nice that I should encourage myself to do content. It's my sister. Hello, Chrisman. I've been streaming for 25 days straight, plus more this week because I've been making content you enjoy, and now you're enjoying your work. Well, there you go. In the last week from here, I actually got some commissions, and I'm actually quite happy with that. Especially now that, I got a new car, and, I just have to be aware of what I invested into in that, but I'm just grateful that I'm kind of starting to get a sense of rebound. Hopefully I'll try to save up and hopefully get somewhere with it. So how you doing? By the way, if anyone isn't aware, my sister is here, and she also is a streamer, and so be nice to her. Anyway, I think that's fine. Right. In terms of content, yes, that's another reason why I invested in new equipment, not too long ago. It's to make more content. I just suck at trying to make it happen. But yes, I definitely got to get around to do that. It's just that prior to this comic, I don't know what I should focus on. I don't know. I kind of been trying to do something a little silly, you know, just to play around with it. Oh gosh, I haven't streamed in a while, to be fair, but you've been focusing on creative endeavors. Oh yes, that's true. Yes, I know you've been focusing on your creative endeavors, but that's all right. I just want to let my good folks here to know that's what you do. At least next time when you do, anyway. So it's free promotion, sis. All right. Let's see. Oh, I believe you will eventually. But no stress, all right? Let's see. Kind of just. But for now, my main concern is I need to promote myself more. That's what I'm trying to get around to. Like I got some, sure, but I could use some more. And at the moment, I feel like I make more money just by doing commissions for now. And there was this one that I'm also working on. I can't share due to risqueness. But hey, it pays, right? It pays the bills. So, and if you guys are interested in one, then feel free to let me know. There's my Ko-fi if you're interested, or if you want to donate, that's fine too. You're not. It's not like you don't need to do it, but I'd be happy if you commission me or whatever you want to. So. I don't think I put it up. Actually, I haven't put it up on my Ko-fi actually. But if um, if you go to my DeviantArt or my Twitter or whatever, you'll find my list. For now, got to go again and fairly. I hope we can talk since okay. We'll try to, man. We'll try to make her happen. But good luck on your journey, okay, my man? Have a great rest of your Sunday, DeLon. Oops. Peace. What am I doing? Okay. I may as well start with a cup, so. There we go. So, how's everybody doing so far this past week? That's fine. I started my morning actually with a nice bicycle ride. It's nice. Well, maybe a little cool, but later on it definitely started to warm up a little bit, which is perfect. I've been meaning to go for a nice bike ride once it started to clear up more, and yeah, it's definitely beautiful and nice too. We're finally getting nice warm weather now. Okay, hold on. Maybe I'll try. That's so weird because why does it seem like it's more difficult to draw? Really? You know, there is another trick I could do. Maybe. But sometimes you just gotta have to cheat, kind of. But we'll see how that looks. Maybe. There we go. I feel pretty good though. Decided to like sort myself a little more. So it's less distracting surrounding me. It really makes a difference. I wanted to finish it like, I think it was like a little over a week ago. I think it was like 2 weeks ago last time I actually bothered. But today I decided to like, using my free time to sort out my room a little bit better. So now it doesn't make me feel, it makes me feel like, less depressed. Don't worry guys, I'm not really, but it just helps to make me feel better when I look around, be like, yeah, that looks nice, right? So where if you need to do something and it makes you feel better, I say you should definitely try, um... You know your room is like your den, right? Your cave, right? So... And you know, I think it's good because after winter, it makes me, you know, want to like look after my room a little bit better, you know. So. All right, hold on. Dum, da, 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 da. Maybe? Maybe? Actually, well, before I... Well, I better promote, actually. Alright, and then I need to... I totally forgot to do this when I started. Wow. Sorry, hang on, I'm just like... Wait a minute. Oh, shoot. I better, switch. Alright, I should be pretty fine. We should be in the next half hour from now. Okay, let's see. The first time when I started taking the comic project, like, yeah, like it was back in 2012. I distinctly remember because that's when I started like, hey, I want to do this, right? What really stopped me at the end is like, where do I go? And the software I've been using, which I guess maybe at the time I just wasn't sure why it doesn't produce the result I wanted it. But you know, it's... But mainly though, I would have kept going, but I just don't really know where to really go with it. I didn't want to come up with anything dumb, but that's my concern. So the project just ended on just no more than how many pages? I think it was 4 before I stopped altogether. It's hard to imagine it's been so long ago. Oh. There we go. Totally forgot to... Oh man. I'm browsing through the DeviantArt off screen, by the way. Yeah, in spite of that, I did produce other comics. The other one is like for the roleplay place, the Academy Heroes something. Wait, where was that? Wait a minute. Oh, it's right here. Yep, I was right. Only 4 pages. Only 4 pages. Yeah. Hmm. See? I think that was a good playlist to tune to. To tune into. Oh boy, can't wait to work on the follow-up, but it's gonna be a busy. Oops. Eventually gonna have to pick up a new tablet. I feel like it has something to do with this tablet. Like, no matter what, though, with the drivers and that, it still does these weird quirks. I already said it before, but sometimes I would press it down, no input seems to happen, but it only happens again after that. And sometimes it would just do it by itself, which is the opposite of what I kind of wanted to do, but except I don't want that, you know? That's weird. But it's not a big deal, though. Plus, my current tablet, being just a couple of years ago, or was it like no more than? I feel like it's less than 2 years. Let's just say it's really beginning to worn out, a little Quaker. Yeah. Next time it's just gonna be simpler, really. Did you know the one I'm using also allows me to just draw wirelessly if I wanted to? Because it can. But my major issue with this, it's laggy. that really disrupts the workflow. So I didn't bother to use it at all. I thought it would be like a big game changer, you know. But I guess not. Yep. Well, mine's is a Bluetooth, so I mean it works. I can say that, but that's the thing. It's like I draw an advantage. Is like it's delayed. There's something about Bluetooth I noticed recently, at least for me, is that Bluetooth devices tends to have this delay, whereas with traditional like my wireless mouse is like you don't notice it barely, and that works a lot better than this Bluetooth capable tablet. I don't know why, but I guess it's just the flaw, I suppose. Now I kind of regret it, buying into it, but I wouldn't know if it works until I did. So there's that. Absolutely, sister. Excuse me. No, thank you. Um, I haven't touched your screen tablet ever since you brought it over, and well, right now it's in your hands, so don't worry about that. I'm more comfortable just doing it like this, though. So, um, right. Ah, I'll worry about flashing her out later. Ooh, what am I doing? I should give myself space. More lighter tablet? No. Yes, but generally a tablet that I'm happy with I have, right? I don't need a screen tablet. Really, I mean, I could understand the benefits of owning a screen tablet, yes, but I'm accustomed to the point that I don't think I need it. I don't think it won't benefit me better than the one I'm using right now. Plus, it takes far less. I actually prefer this because it takes far less of a step to set it up. You don't have to deal with issues that screen tablets themselves has to deal with, and I'd rather if I have a setup that is simpler to deal with. You know, that's that's what I find from my experience. I haven't used it anything though, and I can't really say that others have. And hello, Lily Storm 9. Welcome to the stream. I wonder if you enjoyed the Apple iPad and the Apple Pen. That'd be different though. I heard it's very good. That's it, really. It seems good. I don't know if it would improve, but I don't know. I just like it if I don't have my hand on the screen as much as I need to, or maybe it's just me. Procreate looks fun. Oh, I've heard about Procreate. Can I ask you about your SD sticker business you're starting? um, I don't know what kind of services you have right now, but I don't know just shipping stickers. And why you came to ask me for again? Like, if you're asking me to buy something and when you just showed up, at the moment I don't think I'm interested. I'm sorry, but that's like out of the blues right there. Yes. Well, yeah, some it's certain streamers lets you. That's all right, you know. I don't know what it is you you know. And thank you very much, Dylan. If those streamers are your close friends, I can understand that. I don't know you, so that's different. Would I promote you? I don't know. I don't. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you're here's my philosophy on this, and I think it's true when it comes to it's etiquette, you know. I think that's the word. Streamers etiquette, right? Don't promote yourself if you're in someone else's stream. Like, if that's the first thing you do, that's like an immediate turn off. And that pretty much implies, hey guys, I got something to offer. And that's like the first word is like, no, because you're just putting yourself in the same boat as those. Like, I don't get messages nowadays, at least not so much, but sometimes I would get messages off of Discord, for example, and you got these people just like, they would add you as a friend, and then they would ask, like, just to get you know you a little bit, not for long, until they like, hey, I'm offering services, would you be interested? It's like, that's a front door salesman tactic right there. I don't like that. And if that's the first thing you do, well, no. I know I haven't put it up on the rules, sure, but yes, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to state my point, alright? So, just don't really. Thank you. I know. I should. Wow, look at that. I can go like that if I want to. How do I describe the scene right now? An accident is about to happen. I think it's gonna be funny when the follow up happens. So. Oh, you know it. You know there's gonna be an accident happening. But my favorite part is gonna be like in the next page. My favorite part is going to happen like in the next page. Just like a domino effect, if you will, right? I haven't got to that point yet to flesh it out. I kind of like... But let's just say... Next week, like someone... It's like, hey, who hit me? And then... Some innocent bystander is like there, and then he gets fisted and... I don't know. Kind of... Have a little like... I like that, you know? That's one way to get fired. Precisely. Precisely. Have I saved already? Yes, I have. Just now. If you can't tell, it's so fast. The SSD really makes a difference. Yosh. Oh no. I still can't get over the Mario rap. No, I'm just getting that. We're the Mario Brothers. We're plumbins. The game. We're not like the others. We're all the same. Meet the Koopas, the Troopas, and something else. It's like how to revitalize that like a 30-plus-year-old music and make it sound like better. Like if I would define it as a great remake, or like even if it isn't much, I think it's like perfect to my ears. Now people are rapping to that like it's 1989 all over again. My God. It's that addictive. By the way, if anyone's not in the loop, the movie has grossed over $1 billion now. So you could say I was right, and I'm happy that I'm right. So kudos to the Illumination Studios. So yeah, and it's still going on in Asian parts too. So they're not quite done with it yet. Now I definitely gotta have to like ensure I have like certain like that. Actually, let's check the time so I don't like. Okay. Oh, that's short. I will be taking a ad break in the next few minutes. Just letting you all in the know. Which is fine, you know. I think it helps to take small breaks in between so I can get back into action. So, might as well, right? Smish. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break. So, ad time. Boop. Welcome back. To those who are currently subbed to my channel, hopefully it's worth the wait. Otherwise, well, good to see you guys again. If you're still here, Delon, or not, I know I totally forgot to say it, but thank you for the alert, by the way. Now, happy lurking. Mm. Gonna have to do it on a different layer for that. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, dun, 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 dun. It's a man! Pokemon. Ooh. Dun, 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 dun.
In his book, Behave, The Biology of Humans at Our Best and Worst, neurologist Robert Sapolsky references a study where monkeys have their brains scanned during a little game. The monkeys have been trained that when this light comes on, if they hit this button 10 times, they'll get a raisin. This was a study on dopamine, a type of neurotransmitter that has quite a few functions but plays a large role in pleasure. Now, if you had to guess, when in this process do you think the monkeys had the biggest hit of dopamine? Was it when they were pressing the button, when the light came on, right when they were getting the raisin, or maybe even shortly after they got that raisin? I guessed it would be when they actually received the raisin, when all their work paid off. Maybe you thought the same. But oddly, it was actually when the light came on, in that initial moment of anticipation, that the monkeys had the biggest spike of dopamine. You can see here that they did in fact feel some pleasure right after they had the raisin, but the initial promise of a reward was actually the most exciting part of this whole experience. I certainly won't be using this lab monkey study to talk about gamers today. Do you know what I like to do every now and then? Sometimes I like to go back and watch specific trailers for games that I love. Games that have been out for a while now and I've probably beat more than once, but for some reason, I find myself coming back to the trailers because I want to recapture that feeling of being excited for the game before it came out. The final Breath of the Wild trailer that they played at that big Nintendo Switch event with the sweeping orchestral movement and voice acting. The Final Fantasy VII Remake trailer from E3 2015 where you really didn't know what was happening until you heard those subtle notes and saw that sword. The first Three Houses trailer, Persona 5 Royals announcement, old Smash Bros. Character reveals, Guilty Gear's reveal at EVO, God of War, Elden Ring. I love reminiscing about that period just before a game's release, before the wall of content that will surely be made around it, when instead of a heavily explored book with worn pages, circles, arrows, and highlights at every turn, the game was just a glimmer in each of our eyes. That stretch of time before a new game drops. And at the time of this video's release, there is only 1 week until the release of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. We are in the shadow of one of the biggest game releases of the 20s, a time when historically I am overflowing with bliss at the promise of what is to come. But for some reason, this time around, my journey to the release of this game can only be described as somehow having my excitement in drive and reverse at the same time. Being a fan of this franchise has fucked up the transmission on my emotions, because you see, when it comes to the road to new game releases in the past few months, it has been bumpier than my face in middle school. The Callisto Protocol whiffed, but Dead Space was a grand slam. Forspoken laid an egg, but Crisis Core Reunion made fans proud. We got to see Kratos fight Thor, and Game Freak fight that release date. Some games completely flopped, some were subjects of controversy, some were treated to a new shiny coat of paint and critical acclaim. And since it has been such an unpredictable ride for the last little bit, if you're like me, waiting for Tears of the Kingdom probably has you feeling a bit on edge. If you're a part of any fan base, you typically follow this exact cycle. A new title is announced, a cascade of emotions hits you, new information and rumors come out, more emotions, often conflicting ones, swarm you like a cloud of bees. Reviews for that game drop, so do your expectations, or your faith in gaming journalism. The game is finally released, your feelings stabilize, you either love it, hate it, or it's fine. The game is fine. But because that last stage of the cycle cannot be solidified until the game comes out, this whole bit here is one hell of a drug. Several lights of varying levels of brightness signaling an eventual reward. And as test monkeys, gamers, in many ways, I think the anticipatory stage, the hype train, can be one of the most exciting parts of a new game, perhaps in some cases even more memorable than the game itself. Not just because there is science backing it up, but also because that steady stream of new information is kind of like a saga. Teasers, theories, frame-by-frame analysis, rumors, fake leaks, real leaks, gameplay, release date buzz. Amazon says it's coming out July 32nd. Do a pre-order? What if they're planning a collector's edition? No. See, I don't want any more information. I'm already sold. I don't need anything else. Oh my god, they bought Kenny G. My body's doing things. Anticipation is delicious. It's why so many love stories are about the lead up to a romance beginning and not about the 20th year of marriage. It's why gambling makes your pulse through the Phil Collins drumbeat. It's why this screen activates something deep down inside of you. There's research to suggest that looking forward to future positive events increases reward sensitivity, enhances memory of positive stimuli, induces positive affect, and relates to higher levels of well-being. One 2015 study even found that simply expecting positive events like a funny cartoon is a convenient and
Woo!
powerful way to
Sorry.
induce positive emotion and help cope with stress. In many ways, watching something almost happen with the promise of it happening in the future is every bit as, if not more, enticing than watching it actually happen. And you can bet your sweet caboose that advertising companies take full advantage of this. Anticipation psychology is a massive part of promoting a new product, because while companies could just shadow drop a great game and give it to us the day it's announced, knowing everything we just discussed, they could also strategically drop little teasers, directs, state of plays, gameplay, demos, little morsels of information to stoke the flames of your Twitter timeline. The hype train is more than just a human phenomena, it's something companies intentionally pour coal into because they have evidence that it will also drive sales. In one 2004 study, researchers gave a group of participants a sip of unlabeled Coca-Cola during an fMRI scan. Another group was informed beforehand what the drink actually was. And what the researchers found was that when participants knew ahead of time what they would be drinking, it had a dramatic influence on their enjoyment and on the measured brain responses. In other words, the anticipation of Coca-Cola made it taste better. Another 2014 study found that approach motivation, or the expectation of a reward, typically means a stronger memory of that reward. If you are eagerly awaiting something, you're more likely to better remember the payoff, which keeps you thinking about that product well after you've received it, potentially cultivating more trust in the company that you bought the product from, and potentially converting to more future sales. In a nutshell, the lead up to buying something is half the fun of buying it. And this is a marketing tactic that you are likely all too familiar with nowadays. How many times have you seen a tweet like this, or a teaser trailer that gives you shockingly little information? Why just give us exactly what we need to know when instead they can set our imagination ablaze by giving us just enough to pique our curiosity? So it should come as no surprise that for myself and for many of you, the lead up to Zelda Tears of the Kingdom has been an almost 4-year blue-balling song and dance that has had us chomping at the bit to explore Hyrule once again. And now we are finally on the precipice of beginning journeys that just might be remembered for years to come. Will dungeons and bosses feel aesthetically unique like they used to? How are they going to address weapon durability? They've got this new crafting mechanic, which means you can repair your weapons with other weapons, effectively making stuff that's about to break materials instead of just something to throw for a little extra damage. How many spears, pitchforks, and brooms can you combine? Can I make a 39.5-foot pole and stab dudes from the safety of the forest? What do these hieroglyphs mean? What the hell happened to Link's arm? What's the voice acting gonna be like? What's going to happen when... But what if it's bad? What if it's good, but probably needed more time? What if little slivers of your enjoyment of the game are pinched and pulled away in a steady stream of dropped frames? What if it's fun, but doesn't have the same impact as Breath of the Wild? What if it tries to do too much and fails to do anything well? What if it only reminds me of how much I'd like to play something more akin to the old linear Zeldas? What if this 4-year endeavor leaves me disappointed? This is what I meant when I said earlier that I have been simultaneously in drive and reverse thinking about this game. I want to fully dive into the mosh pit of lofty expectations, but if the last few months or hell, my entire life as a fan of digital entertainment has taught me anything, is that if you get your hopes up too much, you're bound to get burned. It's better to be pessimistic or cautiously optimistic than just optimistic. I did a poll on the channel not too long ago. I asked you all about games that you were excited about, and if you were generally optimistic or pessimistic about how good that game will actually be upon release. And unsurprisingly, the vast majority of you voted pessimistic. I saw lots of comments mentioning that it's better to be pessimistic to keep yourself from being too disappointed. If you don't expect a ton, you can't be let down. You're either right or pleasantly surprised. And nowadays, with how often games are released either unfinished, uninspired, lacking personality, or just lacking that spark that maybe you expected it to have, a great many people come at new game releases with a reluctant cynicism. And it makes sense that this would be the case. If the monkey doesn't know if there will actually be a raisin or not, why would the light bring him any hope? He's seen this before and it let him down. If he's burned by his expectations enough, then say goodbye to that dopamine. We don't get the raisin with every game release, or maybe we do, but it's all moldy and filled with bugs. That was a good fucking joke. Good job, Daryl. This is the current day reality of being excited for games. You kind of can't be. This is what I was planning to write after I posted that poll. But what I completely did not expect was that the results would actually turn out like this, which surprised me for some reason. Not everyone is as cynical as me. Not everyone is smashed on the ground after a disappointing game. Do people not see how hit or miss game releases have been since forever? Your optimism depends on the game and the studio and the context. You mean people actually experience hope? From my perspective, I thought that because there was such a varying degree of potential outcomes for a game's actual performance when it releases, that this would decrease anticipation. You know, if you only give the monkey a raisin 50% of the time, the dopamine should also be cut in half, right? What? It goes up? Why are the monkeys more excited about the raisin if they don't even know if it'll be there? What the hell is happening here? I learned a lot writing this video. Dr. Sapolsky notes in this study that in the 50% scenario, even though the monkeys only get the raisin half of the time, there is a second, even larger wave of dopamine right before the raisin would be dispensed. The uncertainty of the scenario, he says, is what drives the anticipation to a fever pitch. The more uncertain, the more exciting. Literally, the dopamine actually does cap out right at 50% when the raisin reward is truly a coin flip. When they dispensed the raisin at 25 and 75% of the time, dopamine levels did not reach this peak. It is quite literally when the results are as uncertain as they can possibly get that the dopamine levels cap out. And if you're wondering if this is applicable to you because you aren't a chimp eating raisins, similar work has been done in humans for monetary rewards, echoing these findings. There is a reason Vegas stays in business, and there is a reason you will always tune into the breadcrumbs game publishers drop in front of you, despite how pessimistic you may be. Like Dr. Sapolsky says, once reward contingencies are learned, dopamine is less about reward than about anticipation. And I think that's an important distinction to make here. Waiting for Tears of the Kingdom to release may fill your stomach with the kind of butterflies you used to get on Christmas Eve night as a child, but it will almost certainly not be as fun or fill you with as much joy as actually playing it will. Dopamine spikes here, but that doesn't mean the pleasure is greater here. A common misconception is that dopamine is what causes enjoyment, when in reality, it actually has a great many functions. Its specific role in pleasure, though, is not to cause it, but to reinforce it. In this context, dopamine is like a hype man. It's there to tell you, hey, that looks fun, that looks tasty, you'll enjoy that. Get up and go hit the button. Get up and go pre-order that. This is why the biggest spike in dopamine is when the light turns on. It's sending a spike of motivation to pursue happiness. And this little spike you see here after the raisin is consumed is the dopamine saying, yes, we simply must do that again. Not really sure why I gave it that accent, but here we are. Which conditions the monkey to be even more excited the next time a light comes on. So the lead up to a game, while probably not as fun as actually playing the game, is still an extremely engrossing time. It's a unique little, there's really no better way to put it, a foreplay for the absolute wild ride you're about to embark on, which is why I think for myself and for many others, returning to old trailers is a way of re-experiencing one of the most spellbinding parts of the experience. Now then, we do need to talk about the folks who absolutely feel pessimistic about game releases, the broken 28% like me. In the event that the monkey doesn't receive a raisin, in the event that a game drops and heavily disappoints you, your dopamine has made a mistake. It has hyped up something that has not actually resulted in your happiness. And when this happens, psychologists call it a dopamine reward prediction error. When your mind jazzes you up over a potential good thing, like a movie for instance, it drives you to buy tickets, meet your friends at the theater, and in some ways gives you an expectation of the experience you're going to have. If that evening ends up meeting your expectations, your dopamine doesn't make an error, and for future movies you'll have similar expectations. But if that movie is atrocious, or all of your friends cancel on you, or some schmuck is sitting in your seat, this causes a prediction error and your baseline dopamine levels drop, leaving you frustrated but also less excited to do this again. Your neural hype men don't hype movies up for you quite as much next time around.
Hello, Blue Kitty
If you've
Cat.
been let down by game releases enough in the past,
Happy
you
Sunday.
likely don't get that much dopamine hit
Glad you came up.
titles.
Oh.
And this shouldn't come as much of a surprise. I think it's why there are so many of us that approach things with a cautious
How you
optimism
doing
or
today?
even a thin layer of pessimism. But this of course all depends, as many of you so eloquently put, on the game, the studio, what they've done in the past. FromSoft has a very different track record than, say, Ubisoft. Nintendo treats Zelda much more tenderly than its other series. You expect much different from Square's JRPGs than you do their Marvel games. But with enough bad experiences, both from times you've had yourself or from times you've seen others across the web have, it's only natural that there is a bit of pessimism there. Which leads me to this. What you're looking at is a computational model of momentary subjective well-being, but I like to call it the happiness equation. You see, in this 2014 study, researchers did quite a few things, including develop this model to calculate momentary happiness. They gave over 18,000 participants a smartphone.
I'm sorry,
asking
but
questions like
whatever it is, I hope that,
gain or lose a certain number of
things will
points,
get better for
or
you.
spin the dial to potentially gain or lose more, with the goal of collecting as many points as possible. And what subconsciously happens when you play this is every time you are presented with a round of the game, you mentally construct an expected outcome, how you are anticipating your score will change. The same thing that happens when you open a pack of trading cards or roll for a unit in a gacha game. In between every few rounds, the app prompts you to answer, how happy are you at this moment? What the researchers found was that momentary happiness is a state that reflects not how well things are going, but instead whether things are going better than expected. It wasn't total scores that were correlated with happiness, but if expectations were being met, meaning lower expectations almost always led to a happier emotional state.
Huh. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, and also welcome, Yuppie. Hello, hello. How is it streaming on Twitch? I kind of been debating if I should stream here or not. Sometimes I stream here on Twitch. Other times I would stream on Picarto. It's sometimes it's I alternate between the two depending on what kind of stuff. Like I had a not safe for work convention. Ooh, sorry, but I can't show it here, obviously, for reasons stated. But I decided to work on the comic, and that's if I'm allowed to do like anything beyond PG-16, I probably would do stream on here more daily, something like that. Um, but um, yeah, sometimes I just do it on Big Art though, if I feel like it. So I think on my end, not too much has changed, but I did get some, you know, I feel like some things have been like how do I describe it? Like it feels hopeful in a good way, right? I got like new people showing up, good old friends show up, and a little bit of support here and there. What like from last week, it feels more encouraging, right? So I'm trying to see if I can, I know I said in the end I want to be more active when it comes to streaming. It's not like an everyday thing I've been doing, but at the end I've been streaming a little bit more. But some days I had to like focus on myself, so I don't stream on those days. So I can't really give you like like an accurate description of things, how it really goes. I feel like the best way to know is you just have to keep trying and hope for the best, right? But um ever since last month, I've been trying to push myself to do more, and other things like trying to get into commissions more for so that I can get more work per se and try to put out more content, stuff like that. You've been streaming on YouTube. Was trying to stream on Picarto on YouTube, but was having trouble getting the stream to work on the Pic. Oh, like you're doing multi-streaming, right? I've tried something like that before. You could get it to work. Yeah, maybe it's something to do with the encoder or something. Um, I'm not entirely sure, but I'd rather just focus on one site at a time, and you know, unless I don't know. I don't know myself enough if that's going to be if it's going to be like that. So even I cannot trust in myself that this is going to be it. But I can tell you right now, I've been streaming back and forth and haven't streamed every day. Just want to put that out there.
But this is the issue. This is why my emotional transmission is completely shot. Because, like so many of you, I want to
But I hope
fight
that you'll get
the
some kind of
excitement
some
of
sort of
the game.
momentum going,
I want to
Kitty.
throw a parade, rewatch trailers, theorize in the shower, annoy the hell out of our friends talking about it because anticipation is scientifically endorsed to be delectable. I want to look back on trailers fondly and remember that magical road to glory. But tragically, the more we indulge in that, the more we expect out of that game, the less likely we will actually enjoy it. When you set a bar that high, Whether you mean to or not, you are playing a very risky game that many others have lost before. Dopamine reward prediction errors are very real, but fittingly, they also happen in reverse. If your dopamine doesn't really motivate you to believe the game will be good and then it's tremendous, that's a positive error. Your dopamine has undershot reality and will
Yep.
ironically be pushing you to get a little more excited
Yay!
about the next
Yes.
big release because it now
I don't
has
know
a reason
if
to
you've
set
been
that
paying
hyper
attention
expectation.
on like on Twitter, my Discord page or that, but I'm happy that you showed up regardless though. But today is more just like it's just like a personal chill day, and anyone who's here, makes me happy. Plus, it's my affiliateversary. Been an affiliate on Twitch for 3 years now. Even though I haven't really made too much progress, but I'm still at it. So that's why I'm still here. Nice. I actually use my Vroid. You know, um, I remember I actually made that Vroid in one night. Though it took me like two attempts in order to. Well, like there was this one attempt I tried. I didn't like how it looked, but then on my second attempt, I just I got it, and bam! I haven't used Vroid since I stopped using it. Uh, I just want to upgrade it. I wonder how much it has evolved since. I'm pretty sure that Vroid has gotten much better now, given that you can actually do a lot more to it, which is pretty impressive to say. I wonder how much they changed. In fact, Vroid, Vroid Studio. Yeah, I still have the old model, but I wonder how much is different. Well, the interface for one thing has changed. Quite a contrast to the one I've been using before. It's like it has that cleaner look. I'll give it that. So I'm just looking at this site right now. So yeah, if anyone wants to get into the, um, you know, uh, sorry, struggling, basically, the VTuber, this is the way to go. Like I used it the first time. I thought it was really awesome. Yeah, I've heard about that too. Many customizable items, any remodel directly in real time, and other fancy schmancy features. You can even add overlays. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure before I don't actually have that feature because it wasn't introduced, but now you can. So you can definitely do a lot more now, which is really neat. And now accessories again. I didn't have accessories other than some little workarounds, but they definitely you can do so much more now. Really, it's like drawing on paper. Yeah, I actually experimented with hair. That I know for sure works so awesome. Your models are yours to use freely. Yay! So yeah, I'm glad it's finally out of beta. I can tell you, I've used the beta version before for the full version came out. So again, very awesome. Like I've tried it before. It's just the setup is the one. The issue for me, I haven't continued using it. Specifically, it's because at the time I thought maybe I could have something a little better, but I guess that's just me. I wanted to have a much better setup, right? Oh, that's my cat. Oh, right, because you probably can't tell. Yeah. Okay. Just a minute. Just a minute. Ugh. It's my cat, Mimi. She just wants to see me. Hey, baby. Yes, Mimi is such a baby. Well, she's on my bed right now. Make yourself comfy, okay, baby? Yeah. Just wondering, have you tried out Pass Per Out 2? It's pretty fun and creative game. Pass Per Out. Are you sure it's not like a typo? That's a pretty weird way to call it, but let's check that out. Uh, no, it's actually correct, apparently. Passport, Passport Out 2, The Lost Artist. Oh, I see. And it's pretty recent, too. Oh, shoot. My girls just climb on me now. Oh, come on. Fine, fine. I'll just can't really see it, but she just wants to lay on me, basically. She's that lazy. Unless she cooperates, then I may be able to work. Okay, yeah. I have seen a trailer for the first one, but I didn't know the recent one, like the newer one, just came out. So that's cool. Oh wow, that's cool. I wonder. Da features easily point and click gameplay for chill time exploring, interacting with the world. Literally selling your own art, unlocking fancier tools, selling your own straight, doing commissions for the town of folks. The Phoenix. Okay, yeah, you're right. It is a French setting. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, Mimi, I love you, sweetheart. I love you. Ooh, mm. Okay, I will go try. All right, take your. Oops. All right. Gotta change up. Ah, enter the Gotchaverse.
It all
Also,
started
the
in
ad will
April
begin playing
2021,
actually pretty
when I
soon.
talked about a game primarily known for its notably bad community, Gotcha Life. It was primarily used as a piece of software to create little animations or stories, whether it be memes with characters dancing or actual stories where, things happen. But for that video, I just wanted to focus on the actual video game behind this largely contested fanbase. I released the video, and all seemed to go well, until it didn't. While the video got views, the audience began a hate-filled vendetta against the Gotcha Life users, even outright harassing an individual shown in the video. and less harmful, but just as annoying, a bunch of Gacha Life users began commenting something along the lines of,
"Yeah, everything you said is true. That's why I play the better game, Gacha Club."
The people in these comments completely
Okay.
missed the point of the video. That the entire gameplay loop is bad, and that the customization is a crutch for people who can't draw. I'm unsure as to why these people thought Gacha Club would be any different, but regardless, I released a follow-up going over Gacha Club 2 months later. Once again, people attacked Gacha Life players in the comments for enjoying a video game, despite my wishes. So I stepped away from everything relating to the game. Until now. For the past 1.5 years, I've been getting the same comments talking about other games in the series. Gacha Studio, but more interestingly, a game titled Gachaverse.
Gachaverse!
RPG, presumably taking place in the world of Gacha Club, as that game was actually a playable RPG itself. I assumed Gachaverse would be a more expanded version of that, so I downloaded the game for myself to see what would happen. Unfortunately, the game is still in pre-release, meaning that all of the interesting things I was hoping to talk about in this video aren't even in the game yet, such as the entire RPG part, but there was one section of the game already done, the character customization. It was the last thing I wanted to see when playing another one of these games. The UI was just as bad as the other two games. The character creation menu was slightly more streamlined, but nothing really changed. Every addition could have just been included in an update to Gacha Life or Gacha Club. Even some of the characters from the first and second games returned. There wasn't a single new thing here. There was a unit
Alright,
section that was
I'm going to
copied from
take on
Gacha
the
Club, but there was literally no way to actually use the
B
units.
ad break.
But
Oops.
thankfully, the random gacha pull mechanic made its way here. Like every other game in the
It looks like
Gacha
hard.
series, it was just
I will
another
be right back.
copy-pasted garbage fire. But this time, I don't have plans to extinguish it.
Hi guys, I'm back once again. I decided to take the moment to cuddle our cat before she, it allows me to just work a little easier. Maybe can get how do I say? She is quite
It all started in
um
April 2021 when I talked about a game
she
primarily
gets
known for
lonely,
its
when
notably
she
bad
gets lonely she
community,
becomes
Gacha
depressed, so
Life.
gotta keep
It was
her
primarily used as a
happy.
piece of software
That's what
to
I gotta
create
do,
little animations or stories. Whether it be
Isn't that right, baby?
memes with characters dancing or actual stories
Anyway,
where, things happen. But for that video, I
back for
just wanted to
more.
focus on the actual video game behind this largely contested fan base. I released the video and all seemed to go well, until it didn't. While the video got views, the audience began a hate-filled vendetta against the Gacha Life users, even outright harassing an individual shown in the video. And less harmful, but just as annoying, a bunch of Gacha Life users began commenting something along the lines of,
Yeah, everything you said is true. That's why I played the better game, Gacha Club.
The people in these comments completely missed the point of the video, that the entire gameplay loop is bad, and that the customization is a crutch for people who can't draw. I'm unsure as to why these people thought Gacha Club would be any different, but regardless, I released a follow-up going over Gacha Club 2 months later. Once again, people attacked Gacha Life players in the comments for enjoying a video game, despite my wishes. So I stepped away from everything relating to the game. Until now.
No.
For the past 1.5 years, I've been getting the same comments talking about other games in the series. Gacha Studio, but more interestingly, a game titled Gachaverse. The game brands itself as an RPG, presumably taking place in the world of Gacha Club, as that game was actually a playable RPG itself. I assumed Gachaverse would be a more expanded version of that, so I downloaded the game for myself to see what would happen. Unfortunately, the game is still in pre-release, meaning that all of the interesting things I was hoping to talk about in this video aren't even in the game yet, such as the entire RPG part. But there was one section of the game already done, the character customization. It was the last thing I wanted to see when playing another one of these games. The UI was just as bad as the other two games. The character creation menu was slightly more streamlined, but nothing really changed. Every addition could have just been included in an update to Gacha Life or Gacha Club. Even some of the characters from the first and second games returned. There wasn't a single new thing here. There was a unit section that was copied from Gacha Club, but there was literally no way to actually use the units. But thankfully, the random gacha pull mechanic made its way here. Like every other game in the Gacha series, it was just another copy-pasted garbage fire. But this time, I don't have plans to extinguish it. The portal's open, and now it's time to enter the Gachaverse.
Has anyone played Gacha Life?
To start things off and make myself clear,
Now I'm gonna have to
Gacha Life is a bad game. Gacha Club is a bad game. And while I
Ouch.
haven't played every single one of the 11 games in the series, because most of the features are copy-pasted between games, it's safe to assume that all the games will be around the same level of quality. This shouldn't be a debate. The entire gameplay loop of Gacha Life is playing mini-games to gamble for items to give to characters. There's nothing of value here. And likewise, the RPG in Gacha Club has an option for the game to literally play itself, so it clearly isn't good either. As for the minigame section of both titles, they're both surface level and have no replayability, or are incredibly generic. Sometimes both. But people aren't replaying these for the gameplay. For most people, the main function of the Gacha series of games is for their story-creating studio mode, rather than the actual minigames, which are more so seen as bonuses. But before going over that, I think I should discuss the elephant in the room, the title of the game. The word that's used to connect Gacha Life, Club, and the other entries in the series is the word gacha. A gacha is a Japanese toy vending machine designed to give you a random capsule with an item inside. But in recent years, it's mainly been used as a monetization method for free-to-play games. But there's something Gacha Life does with its gacha mechanics that make
Oh
it way
man.
worse than something like Genshin Impact
Just
or
now?
Crates in CS:GO. That's the fact
I
that
hope you
Gacha
enjoyed it
Life is a
though.
mobile
I haven't
game
played
that
Battle
controls
Network
things,
series at all,
leading to a lot more accessibility for the
which
kids,
I
and
probably should
potentially
eventually
allowing
pick
them
up
to get
Mega Man
addicted to
Legacy
gambling at
Collection
an
and
early
X
age. At least
Collection
with
2.
CS:GO and Genshin, while I don't particularly like Genshin's monetization, you can at least tell that the target demographic is preteens and above. With Gacha
Oh my
Life,
god, I
you
love
can
anime.
clearly see that the game is targeting itself towards
I know, I
younger
definitely
kids.
should.
And when a
I'm
major
waiting for
part
the
of the gameplay
right
is
time
collecting gems
to
gamble,
buy into
it
them.
surely doesn't take long until the kids get
Hey,
bored
welcome
of repetitive
back.
mini games and just buy gems to gamble.
Ah!
But it isn't even
Some
much
noise.
of a gamble.
It clicked
You
with
get the
me.
items and you can give them to the characters, but there's no actual winning. You get gems by playing mini games or paying. Then you use those gems to gamble. Gambling lets you give your items to characters, but it also increases your stamina, which you can use to talk to characters and gain experience. And the reward for all your troubles is to have a higher level on a PNG image in a video game. In Gacha Club, it has slightly more significance, potentially giving you characters to use in the new battle mode. Now, I will say I've never heard of anyone actually paying for these gems. Again, no one cares about the gameplay. But I don't doubt that there were at least a handful of kids out there who spent money on gems to give presents to their gacha waifu. But ignoring
Battle
the
Network
entire gameplay
is very
aspect
different
of
from the
the
classic
game,
ones. It's more
there
like
are
an
also some
RPG.
fundamental flaws in relation to the studio mode. Something I've never understood with these games is its utility. At the end of the first Gacha Life video, I half-jokingly said, "To people who have gacha profile pictures, learn to draw." But I wasn't really joking. A lot of people told me they use Gacha Life to design characters before drawing them. But even then, wouldn't it be better to just sketch it yourself instead of limiting your creativity to what the game has to offer? The most artistic thing I've seen some gacha users do is draw their gacha OC. But even then, you're limiting yourself to drawing something in the confines of a Gacha Life character. Unless you draw on top of your character. Are Gacha Life characters just too limited? Well, if you have access to a drawing software, you pretty much gain access to an entire new section of Gacha Life. Just not in the game. Edits are a common method of increasing the possibilities of what you could do with your character. While it takes a lot
yes,
more work,
Mega
it
Man
also allows
X.
for more variety and possibility.
Pretty awesome.
So at that point, wouldn't you just be better off drawing it all? Why choose to be attacked by the gacha hate mob while doing a similar amount of work to someone just drawing? But while the games are pretty bad, but harmless overall, it's when you get into everything surrounding the game that you get to see how bad it could really be. With these tools provided by Gacha Life readily available to anyone for free, even though it's a game designed for children, it's not uncommon to see people using it as a tool to create inappropriate content. I want to talk about the Gacha series of games, but specifically, Gacha Life and the community surrounding it, to see for myself whether or not it's really as bad as everyone says it is. Generally, the Gacha Life fandom is seen as a combination of all the worst fandoms that have ever graced the internet. Remember those videos in 2015?
That's funny. I thought it's still the same.
Simping for Sans under
I remember like Final Fantasy X. I thought it was Final Fantasy X, so that was like the other way around. Didn't know that they stuck with the numerical formula for like a long time.
Undertale, telling you that he's their man, and if you try
Yeah,
to
it's a
take
little
away,
weird.
he'll kill you.
But in all
Well, it
fairness,
just
I'm sure that anyone that played Mega Man 1 through... Okay, there's 1, 2, then you get... It started, I believe, with 3? Mega Man 3. Did it start? No, yeah. Though I'm pretty sure 2... Sure that Mega Man 2 was like... Crap. No, actually, it's start... Like, okay. it started off with 2. Sure, like if you don't count the original, then they instead of like instead of calling it 7 with a Roman numeral, they just put it 7. No, shit, no, no. They did that too. That did not help the fact though that Mega Man X was poised as 10 when it's not. So weird. I mean, I'm sorry. My brain. Okay, I remember now. I remember a lot better because it's a little weird. But you know what? One of the most interesting ways they done was like with like after Mega Man X, the first. Well, how are you gonna call the next two ones X2 and X3s? When I thought about X2, um, I want to like talk about the box art quickly, like just quickly, all right? What do you think? If this is like the first time you see, and if you're like a mathematician, what do you think this implies? Mega Man X squared. Because if you have that, then that's like that. They did it again with X3, which I forget what that is. I think it's tri or quads. But yeah, um, I find that a little silly. I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, Mega Man X3 quads squared or something, whatever that is. Yeah, yeah. I wonder where the Robot Masters went when you played that, and Zero's there, and Mega Man 100. I wonder if that applies as 1,000. Oh, is that one? I wonder if that's what it is. Oh, I don't know. I don't know math enough and didn't bother to look at it. Pretty cool box cart cover though. Same for this one. But I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes titling is a little weird, especially if you're not familiar with it. I mean, yeah. People didn't know that we would eventually hit X, I guess. But it sure happened. Da 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 da. Anyway,
Of those videos were made with one of the gotcha games. And then there are the gotcha defenders, pretending that a review of the video game is only talking about the bad side of the community and not the good side, even though there was no mention of it. These things are a side effect of the young ages of the gotcha audience. In my video about fandoms, I mentioned that a loud minority of degenerates can give the overall fandom a worse reputation. And I wholeheartedly believe that's exactly what's been happening
I need to give this
with
guy.
gotcha fandom. When I was around the age of an average Gotcha Life player, about 7, I didn't know what a fandom was. I just enjoyed media in a selective bubble. But with tech literacy in the modern day being
Oh,
higher
yes.
than ever, it
Started
seems
with a Mega Man X4, that at least they enlarged it.
in comment sections with a gotcha profile picture.
So
But even
from
then,
there,
I don't
at least
think a
they
majority of the
corrected that.
community is made up of these people. They're a minority of the game's total user base. Most people who have the game probably just play it without joining any sort of fandom, either because they're children without accounts, or because they fear the mob of other children who are gonna attack them the moment they speak up. A perfectly reasonable decision, as the gotcha fandom is not even as bad as its hate-dom. Kids are more enthusiastic about what media they like, and they more passionately defend it and attack people who don't like it. This goes both ways, as when you passionately defend something, others may feel a need to passionately attack it. Hate-doms have been around as long as fandoms have, and they can often be just as toxic, if not worse, than the fandom they're
Yeah,
hating on.
absolutely.
I think the gotcha
They are
fandom
different
got
characters
so
by
big due to the YouTube
by then.
commentary creators. More specifically, the daily gameplay crowd. In the commentary community, new topics are common. But every once in a while, there's a big topic that seems to appear out of nowhere. Think that vegan teacher, or jelly bean. Well, for every big topic, there are tons of easy, smaller, day-to-day stuff, like Reddit, TikTok, and gacha life cringe. The aesthetic these games strive for is the ooh-woo kawaii anime chibi style, making it an easy way to attract the type of people many would define as cringy. And by focusing on the worst of the worst, the degenerates in the community, they're giving everyone who uses the app a negative stigma around them. Not that there are any particularly good ones either way. Anyone people point to and consider talented is actually limiting themselves by sticking with Gacha Club instead of just drawing. While anyone
That's
can
right.
watch an animation meme, no one outside of the Gachaverse would choose to watch it. Exceptional Gacha Life content is non-existent otherwise. And seeing something with effort put into it leaves me confused as to why they wouldn't just get away.
I think I'm ready to do the render.
Maybe they don't need it. But as for more regular gacha content, we have memes. Nope, not those kind of memes. Meme is a term that means something completely different in animation communities. While the term was originally used to mean mimetic, or memorable, ideas that are spread in a simple image, many years of use altered the definition to mean a funny joke, or a picture you spread to your friends. But in the animation community, a meme is a template you animate a character to, whether it's yours or a pre-established one, usually involving a lot of head bobbing and dancing. People usually do this to practice drawing their character, or to improve their art. This also exists in the gacha community. Are you, noticing a problem here? How are the gacha life YouTubers supposed to improve or practice their art if most of the work goes into switching the pose in the character creation menu? And don't just say the effort is in the editing. Editing practice can be done without having to use gacha life characters. And on a side note, a lot of the time these animation memes end up having subject matter that isn't fitting for the primarily child audience. So why would people choose to make videos with these apps? As with all other facets of the internet, the central drive is clout. Videos made in gacha life could get tens of millions of views. And the same can go for cringe compilations about it. Gacha life is the gift that keeps on giving. A topic that could be talked about over and over and over again.
Well,
and a topic that viewers can continue to passionately despise. Because of its bad reputation, as well as the danger of inappropriate content from the game, the term gacha life is actually
I forgot that
TikTok.
she trips over the wire.
No results found.
Sure, you
But
know what
while
happens
they're
next.
typing it in, it's clear to see they didn't do a very thorough job of blocking that content out, as the autofill shows purposeful misspellings to find that exact content, innocent or not. But let's say you don't want to watch questionable content, you want to watch something full-blown degenerate. This takes us to Gacha Heat. If you're at all familiar with
Oh
you're most definitely aware of
Gacha
And if
Heat.
you're not, I'll just let my man behind the meme explain it. He's an expert.
Hello, Internet, and welcome to Behind the Meme, where we take a look at the meaning and the origin of your favorite memes. Today we have a look at Rule 34. Rule 34 is porn.
So I think that explains it pretty well. Gacha Heat is when this
Man.
played by 7-year-olds is
Makes me
used
want to
to
watch
create
those
this
videos.
content.
Wait, I hope they're not
The problem
deleted.
is the same as this sort of thing being made on Roblox.
Because,
That
yes,
being, it's
yes,
made in a
poor fate.
children's
Well,
game.
something's gonna happen eventually.
But unlike Roblox, where a child would have to go far out of their way to find anything, with Gacha Life, it's as easy as going on YouTube and typing in the letter G. I was on an incognito tab with no search data, and it showed up before the actual game. I'm not gonna say this stuff is the fault of the community or developer, though. Since the community actively disavows it, and the developer continues to make it harder to create this sort of content.
Oh no, Rule
This
34.
degeneracy runs rampant within the gacha community, with that sort of content being so well known that it overshadows everything else, leading to the commentary.
Maybe I should just like
leading
add
to the
backgrounds.
overall game and community suffering as a
I know
result.
that I tend to do
On
a lot of
side note,
white
while
space
researching
filling,
this
white
video,
spaces
I
and
also
that, but
encountered a number of people on
I feel like I should
Instagram
try
getting
and
into
put a little bit
drama
more
over an
into that.
obvious bait account. This serves very little relevance.
Of course, I'm trying to keep things simple.
Acknowledge that the majority of this fan base is composed of gullible children. Not to mention, one of the individuals involved in the drama actively detests gacha heating, while also publicly following gacha life vor smut accounts. This shows that degenerates interested in gacha life are not only everywhere, but that they aren't even beneath the surface. While a lot of community members are actively posting the hashtag #SaveTheGachaCommunity, I'd argue that the entire stigma around the game is irreparable, and nothing of effect is actually being done besides these posts. It's impossible to limit the bad things the community has. The heating and low-effort compilation content runs rampant as it works because children are stupid. They can't tell the difference between a compilation channel re-uploading TikToks or the creators that put the work into making them. Because regardless of the results, the process of creating a gacha edit still takes some time. But with all this being said, both my defending and criticizing of gacha and its users, the aftermath just leaves me confused. Why would anyone choose to use this game for anything? I could complain about people complaining about gacha life all day, but the people dead set on making cringe culture their personality are always gonna continue harassing those that use it. And even if these people weren't here, these apps still don't serve a helpful purpose. You can say they help you improve your drawing, but at the end of the day, you still have to take off the training wheels. I said it in the original video, and I'll say it again. If you have a gacha profile picture, learn to draw. Why use gacha life when instead you could get a life?
I perfectly paused right there. Trying to keep myself going. I noticed that the browsers and stuff just keeps flashing on me for some reason.
TikTok is evil. It's killing our attention spans and... Wait. What is all this? It looks like we went from being able to have a normal conversation or watching a slow scene in a movie to now needing all sorts of devilish tricks to keep our attention on something. Vertical scrolling feeds with wicked smart algorithms and short bits of content have invaded every corner of the internet. Whether you call them shorts, reels, TikTok, I mean, even Spotify now has jumped on the train. The TikTokification is complete. And after these companies turn what we watch into, well, this, now they have a huge problem. They now realize that the swipe dopamine machine that they built is broken at the core. But if we look beyond this noise and what's happening now, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. A solution that can turn this short-form algorithmic mess into something really positive. Not only for the companies that make these, but also for us, the users, for once. But to understand it, we first have to understand the real reason why everything became a copy of TikTok. Zuckerberg's Reels, where they are just the latest in a series of features that they just copied from others. Spotify is now making this vertical scrolling algorithm recipe their new homepage to discover music and podcasts. And even Amazon, who doesn't really have content to show, has found a way somehow to add this Inspire feed. YouTube added Shorts, which recently have been taking over more and more of the homepage.
Oh, that's
and
inspiring.
Even jump on the train. Because everywhere you
Oh
look,
yes,
the recipe is always the same.
it's coming
Take
pretty
your
soon.
content, make it so that it now becomes
Friday.
scrollable videos, make them autoplay, add a smart AI algorithm, and you're done. And there's one specific reason why this makes total sense for all these companies, and that is that they have just too much content. We went from 6 hours of videos uploaded every single minute on YouTube in 2007 to over 500 hours a minute uploaded today. Every day, 60,000 tracks are added to Spotify. That's 21 million tracks a year. And just think that in 2008, the entire iTunes music store had only 8 million tracks. Now, let's be clear. This is amazing. New creativity.
Are you excited about the new Zelda?
People building a
Will you buy?
Platforms where Visual started now have a problem. People's time is limited. So how do you surface all this content to your users? They've tried having you search for things. They've tried having you click on stuff. Then came trending tabs and like counters all the way to social. And now there's this shiny new thing on the horizon. Vertical scrolling videos and smart algorithms. It seems like it's the perfect solution, not only because it's based on videos, which is one of the most immediate and engaging types of medium, but also because it's an established design pattern now. This means that if you show this to someone, they will automatically know what to do. Scroll down, double tap to like, here are the comments. Everybody knows how this works. It's baked into the minds of billions of people now. So if I am one of these big companies, I'm incentivized to build something that people are already familiar with, so I don't have to reinvent the wheel. And this is why company after company, platform after platform, they all fell victim to this TikTokification. But the consequences of this are getting darker and darker. When the first movies with sound started to appear in the 1920s and 30s, the style of movies themselves changed dramatically. From being very visual and having to show what was happening,
Okay.
we now have entire movies that are just a bunch of people talking in rooms. The medium, the way we consume something, almost always ends up having a big impact on the content itself, the information, the art. And vertical style TikTok videos are no exception to this. Because now you need to hook people in, make them watch as much as possible of that 1 minute video. So people started to realize that they can just use tricks. And they started cramming those into the videos, like those subtitles that you see everywhere, ultra fast editing, even adding unrelated other clips like Minecraft. All of this in pursuit of one thing and one thing only: retention, or how much are you able to keep users watching. A few months ago, I watched with my girlfriend one of my favorite movies of all time. I watched it hundreds of times, Star Wars, the first one. And she watched it for the first time, and she was bored. Now, is she allowed to be bored watching a new movie? Yeah, of course. Is she allowed to be bored watching Star Wars? Absolutely not.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Jokes aside, this movie came out in 1977. This was a time where content, entertainment was scarce. There was no need of tricks to keep you watching, no crazy subtitles, no Minecraft gameplay, although it would have been interesting.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
To me, this movie is a masterpiece, but by today's standards, it's just slow. But retention now is everyone's obsession, because it's the one metric that the mighty algorithms use to decide what to show and what not to show. And this is nothing new. In the past, it was optimizing for the best television slots, optimizing the length of a song for the radio. This obsession with viewer
That's right.
is a spiral towards keeping you watching.
I'm sure Zelda Tears of the Kingdom will be a huge hit for sure.
So that you can see more ads, and the cycle continues. So earlier today, I emerged from my last 25 minutes random scrolling session on TikTok. And I think I watched pretty interesting stuff. There were some interesting videos in there. But then I thought to myself, how much do I remember about what I watched? And the answer is basically nothing. And when I look at this new wave of short form videos, even though they are able to keep me there for long periods of time, I feel like I'm not getting anything in return. Our short-term memory has been defined by cognitive psychologists as lasting 15 to 30 seconds, while the average length of a TikTok video at the end of 2021 was 24 to 31 seconds. This is also leading to all kinds of consequences, like lower attention spans, especially for children of people growing up with this. So if this is what's happening to us, the users, the companies making this should be massively profiting now. They should be swimming in money, right? Well, the reality is that the short-form video formula is already falling apart. These feeds are a constant stream of videos where it's hard to focus on anything. So how much do you think a random advertisement from a big corporate company is gonna perform in this show? Mark Zuckerberg said in a recent investor call that the monetization efficiency of Reels is much less than feed. So the more the Reels grow, even though it adds to the engagement to the system overall, it takes some time away from the feed, and we actually lose money. And then right after that, they took away the Reels creator fund, the way they were paying creators making Reels on Instagram. And meanwhile, while we look at TikTok,
I mean, Nintendo, I know them that they put out a lot of effort to ensure that their games will perform. But that's mostly true for most Japanese developed titles, really. At least that's what I knows. But I mean, Nintendo, yes, Nintendo does put out effort to ensure that their games perform. Hmm. Let's not talk about Pokemon in this equation. Oh my god.
Now, even if TikTok loses money, this is not a big deal. They are controlled by a big company
How are
behind
you
them, so
doing, Mimi?
it's not a big
You
problem.
look like
It's
you're
good
resting
that
well.
today, the short form video formula is
Yeah, of
finally
course
working
they
for
have
the
their fair
companies
share
that
of
made it in the first place. But this is also showing on
hits.
the other side, the side of the people making all the content, the creators. While Instagram is just saying fuck it and removing the whole creator fund altogether, TikTok's creator fund has been heavily criticized for giving incredibly low payouts, even if you get millions of views. Because it's a fixed amount, and everybody's just scrambling to get a piece of a fixed pie. And if you look at TikTok, Reels, or even YouTube Shorts, many creators that started with these platforms now realize that they cannot build long-term and sustainable business on these platforms. So they're always looking to move to long-form content, whether it's YouTube videos or a podcast or any other ways where they can build a more solid
Exactly.
business. And so in the end, this whole system
That didn't stop.
is bad for everyone.
That didn't stop Pokemon Scarlet and Violet to become I think it broke the record for the top selling Pokemon. Did it? Top selling Pokemon game. Unless it was uh March 9, 2023. Is it? Let's see. Well, I'm pretty sure when I saw that. Okay. Well, okay. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet so far sold 20.61, close to 21 million units. I'm looking at the site. I don't know if that's credible, but close enough, I guess. I mean, I figured it would sell. I mean, it definitely sold more than most of the past games. But guess what? This is the second best. And when I first heard when I heard about like initially when it came out, it sold like gangbusters. Like it sold crazy. The original still sells it the most for some reason. 31 like over 31 million and still is, and I'm not sure if it's still you know. I mean, guess what? This thing is has some fair share of bugginess, but it's more playable, right? But due to the ambitions of the titles, that makes sense, I guess, right? These are newer game. This one is like a few years ago. It's supposed to be like a little better, right? We expected better off of this, right? I don't know. Ah, I know. Could be wrong, but the number says it though. Some of these games are better though. Uh, Black and White and I to personally for me, Black and White and Diamond and Pearl. Although the version I got was platinum, so it's, you know that applies, I guess. Black and White. I wish this one sold better. Maybe we'll see. Yeah, we'll see that change in the future. Yeah, I'll admit I've only played Pokemon. Like if I'm talking about like the main line, I played Pokemon not Black and White, Platinum. Like I said, Black and White looked very cool. And I think my sister got it, or was it no? I think it's no. Actually, that's X and Y. I think she got Y though. So But yeah, my first and only mainline, and I'll admit I haven't really finished it, but it's platinum. The only reason I stopped playing is because I guess I eventually lost interest in it. But that's all I can think about. I still think Pokemon's fun, but I have touched Pokemon like back in the day. Okay, if you're younger than me, back in the day, I recall Pokemon was like a huge deal. I remember I was like excited to play a few Pokemon titles. I watched movies and read animes, kept up with the television show. I remember the late 90s boom as a child. It was a phenomenal period at the time. I remember that. I feel like the early years of Pokemon were like personally the best, and that's why I mean it's like I'm glad that the series is still going. Sure, that's pretty awesome, but I it's just you know it's different. Yes. Oh, okay. Excuse me, folks. I will be right back. Yes. She's talking to you.
Yeah. Oh, where'd you get that?
Oh, the owl pillow?
Oh,
Oh, a while back for my neck. It's yes. And hold on, crap. Uh, crap. Okay, sorry. My father's here, so we'll be right back. And I'm back.
It's bad for the companies that made it, it's bad for the creators, and it's bad for the users that fall into this black hole of scrolling. And it turns out that there is a solution to this, but to get to it, we need to look at the complete.
Thank you very much, Yuppie. And also thank you, Kitty.
Short-form videos has been taking the spotlight and wiping everything in its direction.
Dad had to return earlier to look at, well, have his truck look at and fix.
A renaissance in this new world of super fast media. People who
But he's doing okay.
Said, F it, and just double down on the entire opposite direction. Podcasts are maybe the biggest examples, with some of the most successful ones worldwide, like the Flagrant podcast or Joe Rogan, topping even 3 or 4 hour conversations. The podcasting market went from $4 billion in 2020 to $18 billion in 2022, with no signs of stopping. Then came newsletters and long-form written content, often that you pay for, with Substack leading the pack and gathering over 500,000 paying subscribers for their newsletter content. And on YouTube, with the introduction of shorts, the normal videos have been getting longer and longer. So if people are getting brainwashed by these TikTok-style dopamine hits, short attention span extravaganza, why are we seeing an explosion of 3-hour podcasts and 40-minute YouTube videos? Even movies are going in a completely counterintuitive direction. In 2021, the average length of the top 10 highest grossing movies was 131 minutes. Well, back in 1981, it was just 110 minutes. People are getting addicted to that fast dopamine hit type of content, yes, but they are more than willing to spend 30 minutes watching a YouTube documentary if they are able to find the right one. And this is the solution, the missing link. So let's look at what we have here. On one side we have TikTok, Instagram Reels, Shorts, whatever you want to call them. They have cracked the code on how to bring discovery to a huge library of content to billions of people. But at the same time they have created a massively addictive machine of short-term dopamine hits.
Honestly, this is pretty easy to do when it's mostly symmetrical.
That's the only thing you can do. You cannot go deep into anything. And on top of that, the companies that make this are starting to show the first cracks because they're not able to monetize as well as they expected. And as soon as a creator gets some success, well, the first thing they want to do is move somewhere else where they can build a real business. And on the other side, it's clear that people still want to spend 3 hours enjoying a conversation or a very deep movie. And this is extraordinary, but this side has a problem. It lacks a way for people to find this interesting stuff. Have you ever tried searching for a podcast episode on a specific topic? It's an atrocious experience. And so, I mean, are you getting it?
Are you getting my point?
What can finally give some sense to the scrolling machine, allow creators to finally thrive, and giving interesting long-form content the discovery engine that it really needs. And in the meantime, as always, the companies will make billions of dollars. So now, these companies have billions of dollars, tens of thousands of engineers. Thousands of engineers, designers, and product managers, but there are 3 things that they need to nail in order to make this work. The first one is, of course, to link short-form content and long-form content in a seamless way, but that keeps them still separate. This vertical scrolling carnival is not the right way to watch a 30-minute documentary, and at the same time you wouldn't watch a series of 10-second clips on normal YouTube. And in practice there's many ways to do this. For example, one can be to show the long-form content at the end of a short, like in this random design that I made. I'm just a product manager guy making videos on YouTube, so I leave this to them to figure it out. But what they absolutely need to make this work is number 2, which is changing what the algorithm optimizes for. Currently, these platforms optimize for the retention of a single video, how much people watch that single short or whatever. But to make this missing link work, they need to change the algorithm to make sure it optimizes for the overall retention. So from the short content all the way to the long form content. This way you will push on the platform people that are, yes, able to hook people in with the flashy stuff, but that then are able to make people keep watching long form and deeper content. Because this is the only place where platforms can really monetize with ads. And this brings us to point number 3, which is creating a platform where creators can build real businesses. If you do this properly, these companies will be able to make tons of cash. And it's important that they give something back to the creators, because this is what fuels the machine in the long run. And actually, companies are starting to make the first baby steps toward this. The new TikTok-like homepage of Spotify has been received not in the best way for music, but I think it's amazing for podcasts. On the other side, TikTok has increased the maximum length of a video from 15 seconds to 1 minute and now to 10 minutes. And one of
10
the
freaking minutes
to be monetized for their new creator fund is that the video
That's
is
good
at
to
least
know, I
1
guess.
minute long. So it's clear that they are starting to go into the longer video territory. But the problem here is still that with the scrolling behavior they have instilled in their app, people on TikTok are just primed to swipe away. This is not the right place to show these longer videos. I really hope this is the way we get out of the mindless doom scrolling without any purpose. But I may be wrong here. Maybe, yes, everything will collapse into 1 minute videos, and so you will maybe not end up watching this next video, which, by the way, you should.
I like essays and discussions like that. What are your thoughts on short form content? Do you think they're good? Or do they contribute bad things? What are your thoughts? Also, I just realized Mimi just, depends on how they are done. That's fine. There are some content that I enjoy that are, just a couple minutes, nothing too long. I do find them enjoyable. Mainly just like memes and maybe some quick but insightful facts sometimes. I personally don't look into short form content that contains questionable content. Let's put it that way. I don't know how to classify them as. You probably have seen some, most notably like some of them that just give you like they rush of dopamine, but and then you have some that's more that's designed to be more of an ad, right? So I don't know. It's like when it comes to ads, they purposely sped them up in order to fill in the time, or sorry, like to fill in that small space. Yeah.
I just bought the Mushroom Kingdom and I'm giving it away to the last person to...
Hey there, son. What are you watching?
Oh, I'm just watching some Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast. I didn't know you were into that. Let me see your iPad.
Oh no.
Okay, let's see what Mr. Beast video he's watching.
I just bought Ohio and I'm giving it away to the first person to catch...
What did they do to Mr. Beast?
I just bought the Mushroom Kingdom and I'm giving it away to the last person to...
YouTube kids.
I failed as a parent.
You can't really tell what I just watched, but yeah. Wait a minute. Ooh, now there's something.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Content Cop. As you could probably tell, I can hardly contain myself right now, because today is the day we get to destroy iDubbbz. No!
To this day, his career is still falling down.
Don't get it confused, I didn't want to do this. I actually think it's sad to see great content creators fall from grace and become become grifting simps like iDubbbz.
Am I allowed to say stuff
Yeah,
like
you can
that?
say. Yeah, you can say.
But given Ian's behavior recently, he's basically just been begging for someone to make this video on him. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be the one to put the final nail in the coffin in Ian's career.
You're not gonna ruin my career, you dumb piece of shit.
Yes, I am, but unfortunately, this isn't an iDubbbz video. We don't do 10-minute intros around here, so let's just get right into it.
I made this, like, fidget toy.
Yeah,
you
the
pop discs out of.
colorful discs.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was so much fun to do.
The main issue with iDubbbz in 2023 is change. Now, change is obviously necessary, specifically on YouTube, because if you don't change over time, you become
irrelevant.
The problem with Ian's change is that it is completely manufactured, and instead of acknowledging his past mistakes and learning from it, he just expects people to forget.
Okay, well that one's just, I mean, it's not racist, it's just gay, because black people don't own any businesses.
I'm sorry.
So he
What?
pretends to be this enlightened new man, and his way of doing that is just condemning and insulting the same exact people that made him into a multi-millionaire.
I did not like the interactions that I had with fans. There were quite a few human beings.
Dungeon Defenders. No.
That just sucked. They just sucked because I attracted a lot of people who sucked. Some people were, as I described earlier, were.
I don't know.
Like
Let me, Dungeon Defenders. It didn't ring to me.
The one time a month that they come
There's just like,
is going to restock on
Dungeon Defenders.
their favorite YouTuber.
Which is kind of the lifestyle you were living in.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I see the most recent version, I guess, but never played.
I'm certainly not going to repeat.
Coward.
Never played the original, though.
Here, iDubbbz is 32 years old. The peak of his popularity was
Hey.
in 2017 and 2018. So when he was making content like this,
I haven't heard that one in a while. For any of you who think me and my subscribers are a bunch of savages, just get a load at how perfectly the word niggerfest is written in.
he was 27 or 28 years old. That is absurd.
And guess what? I won't let you fucking forget it. I will hold that shit over your head. If you fucking blink in my direction, I'm gonna hold that shit over your head.
I understand that all that stuff was an attempt at humor and that comedy is subjective. But as a content creator, you attract what you are. And guess what Ian did? He attracted people to his audience that were like him.
Antisocial, weird, basement dwellers.
So for Ian to go on years later and insult the people who supported him for years,
I see.
through thick and thin, and act surprised by the fact that some of his fans used to walk up to him in real life and just scream the N-word is delusional. Ian is, without a shadow of a doubt, the only reason why his fans were comfortable acting like that when they met him in person, because
Oh,
that is
I forgot the
exactly
ads
what
is
he
going to
did
start soon.
Tana Mongoose.
But also, I'm going to change things up by changing up the, the gameplay in a little bit. So I'm going to take the time.
Back when his fans started sending him fan mail about aborting black babies.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Again, these are jokes, but the
Jokes or not, no. I don't know. I can understand. Your heroes can run around, build defenses, get stronger for gear you find as such. It kind of reminds me like one of those dungeon crawlers, something something. I don't know. I think I'm gonna just take a break from the comic making. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change it up. So I will. Well, I mean, the ads is going to start, but if you stick around, and for those who hasn't had ads, I'm gonna set myself up and get started, which it probably won't be too long. So, and I'm gonna start now. So, I know I have my Epic launcher on, so we can get the Fortnite up and running. And I'm gonna change the title to Fortnite because it's that. Da da da. Boop. And with that, I guess I'll take the time to change up a few things. Now, when I'm bored, I tend to play games sometimes to, relax, right? Nothing wrong with that. And yeah, it's working pretty nicely. Let's see. I've been, I tend to play the game, never thinking about too much when it comes to unlockable content. It tells me I have something new here. I don't know what it is. I don't even bother checking anything new. Maybe. It's hard to pay attention, right? No. It's not doing a good job telling me what it is. Oh, wait, maybe something to do with this, right? I like that one, though. Yay! Jubilation. I'm gonna change this to what? Oh, yeah. No. Quick save. I don't know what to do with the other two. But you'll never make me remove my dance emote. Drop dead. Did you know that when it first came out, that you drop dead like so quick, it doesn't like it's like I don't know if it's practical during gameplay, but it seems to work. Like you can actually avoid shots if you time it right, right? Of course, you're going to be vulnerable on the floor, but it makes you harder to hit for a little while. After that, after a little, like I don't know when, but they did eventually get around to tweaking it. So now the initial startup right now here, right? It felt a little slower. It's not like before. It's like it felt like they slowed it down to like 50% or 25%. I don't know. It's subtle, but you know. Anyway, ad is over, and welcome back to those who just showed up. And I'm getting ready to start this whole thing. Luckily, the music is not here, but there may be some. Actually, wait. I don't know if copyright stuff is a thing, right? Audio. Mute all. Okay, I should be good. Epic will never ask you for your password. Remember this, folks. Yeah. Let's see if I can get lucky today. I had not too many moments where I'm like that close to winning, but it's close. I may like screw around here or there. That's just how I am. I don't take gaming, competitive gaming as seriously. I just play it just because I just want to have. But it's nice to have a little bit of like, that. Right? Whee! Plus, naturally, I may not aim as well, but quick scope, quick scope. And that pun. And a 3, 2, go! Let's go raid this structure. Wait, have I changed it? Let me double check. Okay. Stream has been updated successfully. Okay, I should be good. Should be good. Whee! It's time to capture the point. We'll see if they're gonna fight over it. Yeah, they're just too concerned trying to find whatever. Whatever. Yeah. They're not gonna, like, get to me anyway. 3, 2... Oh, someone died so soon and got the victory crown, and another one died and got the victory crown. Whee! Alright, I got the duplicates. Ooh. Wow, there's a lot of people in here right now. When you claim a spot, you can, like, do this, like, yeah, you know. I probably should just, like, let's go with something bigger. Big boy. I think Gundam is coming. Oh, they're fighting it out, duking it out. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Oh, someone died. Okay. By then... There we go. Kind of ballsy, but that's how I do it. Anyway. I'm okay. You know, ever since I started to get better playing at this game. Nah, I think there's someone else in there too, but I'm just gonna keep going. Alright, first argument. Desperate overload. Oops. Or more parkour. I'll just go with whatever. If I want to reload, that's my choice. I got way too many gold bars. I don't know what to do with all of them. Uh-oh. Is that coming from someone else, or is it just me? Are my ears deceiving me? I also like to screw around with environments sometimes. Look at that. I should be clear, so I should be good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reloading. Oh, I heard noise. Where are you coming from? Hello? Ah! Trying to shotgun me. I'm pretty sure that person's still around. Oops. Well, yeah. Earlier on, though, it's not too bad. Till it starts to, like, you know. I tend to find... Oops. Whee! That's traveling with style. Oh my god! Wait a minute. Woo! 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 That's good. You can build stuff. Now that's art. Yeah, they really got the advantage. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I'm gonna survive that. But I'm sure glad. Oh, right, I forgot the augment. Got so distracted. Light fingers! Reload faster. Great for pistols. Da 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 da. Now, this is like a solo mode, so depending on your view, whether it's easier or more difficult, I think that in my case, I tend to be more of a solo player most of the time. But I have been playing co-op with my friends, so where are we going? Oh, wait, I see it. There. 3, 2. I'm just going wherever. Blast off! Whee! Nice. I like grenades. Sometimes they're useful, sometimes they're kind of useful. You just gotta have to know when to use it. But if I don't feel the need to use them, I just blow stuff up with it. There we go, a little speed boost. What? Consume. Sometimes you want to be the predator. Oh, watch this. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. 1, 2. What? Okay. I expected it to be a little bit more difficult, but, Thank you, Yuppie. Thank you, thank you. Oh, it's too far away. That's fine. Okay. Disclaimer, I'm not usually good at aiming, but sometimes I get lucky shots like that. I'm not saying I'm a professional, shooter. Sometimes it just happens. But, I mean, I do adequately, but just, you know, sometimes. But I guess you could say I started to get better. I guess that really helps. Earlier on, I tend to die a lot more before I even land, like, 1 damage, right? So... sounds gets to me sometimes. Dumpster diving or sniper surplus? Ooh. If I ever get a sniper rifle, that's gonna be, like... yeah. I like to collect shit. The more the merrier. Okay. I should be okay in terms of that. Is it up here or is it? Maybe it's just me. I don't think I need it. I'll take that. Vroom vroom. Hopefully you can hear it alright. But I think this should be okay. Whoop. Ah, yes. Ooh, here's a nice boy. Legendary. And a heavy sniper rifle. I think I'll just settle for this. Definitely worth keeping this bad boy. Hey, what if I could find Yeah, with the key I have. Ooh. Yes. Upgrade. Now, if you don't know how this game works, essentially the rankings. Yeah. The higher the rarity, the more damage it inflicts. Yeah. That's pretty much all you need to know. Oh, crap. Well, totally forgot about the thing. Luckily, I'm not too far. Safe. I am safe. There's a trick you do in the snowier levels, which I find is pretty cool if you want to, like, impress your friends. I don't know. Tracker's Armory. Ooh, nice. I don't think I need it, though. Dumpster diving! We're down to just 13 players. That includes me. And there's that island. Just recently spawned. Ooh. Come on. I think I'll make it, right? I think I should be fine. I believe so. Yes, it's creeping it in. I know. I know. I know. Just give me a chance. Wait. I get paranoid sometimes. Like, I hear footsteps, like, close by. Alright, it's past 75. Oh, did someone just died? Or is this the animal? I think it's an animal. 3, 2, 1. Yes, here we go. That is the one I care about the most. This thing is by far the best. If I use it right, it'll grant me super recovery capabilities. I got a very solid set right now. Now's a matter of skill alone. Will I survive and become the top? Well, I'm not saying there's a probability I'll die, but I don't know. I'm not getting my hopes up, but that's why it's gets pretty easy. From here, it's just like, ooh, oh, ooh, what, ooh, ooh. Wait, are the ooh? Looks like the NPCs are under attack or something. I should be fine right now since I'm no longer out of the ring or something. Come on. Alright. It's getting intense now. Upside go! I don't mind if I'm out of the, away from the battle. Hey, I guess someone left the key or something. I'm looking at the mini-map, but... I think I'll be okay. I don't think I need to. I should be okay. Let's go down. Whee! I don't know where the other players are. And that shouldn't faze me. Turbo! Oh, someone decided to warp. Oh. Not one, but two. Ooh. It's gonna be hard to... It's harder to hit him in the sky. Alright. It's getting tense now. I thought I saw another player up here, but... I don't know. I'll just hide behind this rock. Oh, I see you. Oh. Oh, I spotted one. Okay, that one's gonna be tricky because he has a tool. A more agile tool. And I think he's on his way to that next point, so... Going turbo. See down there, sir? Yeah, we'll make it through just fine. Later. Alright. Oh, there you are. Holy crap! Ow! Power up. And a little bit of this. Whoa. Good shit. It's probably coming... Oh! Oh. Oh, I see you. Okay, he's a toughie. He's a tough guy. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. He has force abilities. Oh my god! No, 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 no! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm gonna survive this. Oh my gosh, there's like two more? Is there like two more? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Oh my gosh! I'm gonna die! Or not. Ah! Oh, I should be okay. There you are. He's critical now. He is so critical. I'm gonna take advantage of this. Oh! Seriously. 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 There's a chance. I think he's waiting for me. I can't tell. I think I lost track of him. There's a nice clap. Oh, you decide to show up, huh? Aha! Yes! 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 Woo! Holy crap! Yes! Well, I guess that's a highlight for me. Next round! I sure did it. Oh my god. It is an amazing feeling. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. But that was... I feel like I'm a little more lucky now. Yes. That was... Yeah, wow. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. In a few matches, I'm gonna play one of the more relaxing yet more enjoyable modes that sometimes I find myself getting into. Or just for, like, funsies. It's also gotta like that skin. I like that skin. Ow, my throat, though. Ow. If I time it just right. Alright. Next round, we are going to do somewhere in the greens. I usually like here and there. Not much there. Rarely there. So let's go here. Out. It's wherever I want to go. Actually, how about we... where would be the best place to fish? I like to fish. Oh, someone's not far from me. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I'm doomed. Wait. Oh, crap. Let's go, 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 go. Ah! I got the fish. So I'm okay. I am so unprepared for this. Wait. Bam. I'll take it. Ta-da. Ding. Ding. Ooh, even better. Let's go and kill. Aha. Hello. I wonder if they play games on a console, I wonder, or PC. I think it's like cross-play compatible. I believe so. Ooh. Sometimes I get the get an impression that they probably had a disadvantage because they're playing on a console. So yeah, I can't remember. But there's Darth Maul. It's time to learn the dark arts. They should have aim assist. I guess that's true. If they do have aim assist, that would... I don't know if that would really... I don't know. I have mixed opinions towards aim assist. If like, it can help, it can be helpful, don't get me wrong, but... Would that be cheating? Hell yes. See what I did? That's the power of the Force. Totally gonna need that. That's dope. Well, I'll be alright. I'm gonna be maxed out on gold bars soon. I feel like of all the Force abilities, this one is the best. Though the other abilities allow you to either pull or push. Plus, it's so satisfying to destroy structures. I have no idea where to... Let's go. Oh, that's where the canisters landed. Okay. Why is it so fun to destroy buildings like this? Feel the Force. Tip number whatever. Combine this with this. It's so much more fun just to like... Whee! I'm just like screwing around at this point. Ooh. Oh wait, that could be... Probably nothing too important. Nah, I don't think so. Just one of those guys, that's fine. Ooh. Let's see if I can destroy this structure. Oops. Boom! Come on. Double kill. On the topic of aim assist, you don't want to mess with the Force. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Cool. 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 I'd rather keep this set up, I think. That works for me. Let's try that. I know, right? Sometimes I kind of wonder why. I feel like either I'm getting better. Actually, I've been getting more kills lately. Like, more kills and dying, you know. But, like, when I first started playing these games, I didn't really get, like, pretty good. I'm not good at it, of course, but I guess give it months and eventually I get good at it. Kind of. Uh-oh. 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 Ah! I'm dead. Well, that's me. That's on me, though. Yeah, it can happen. But a pretty good run, nonetheless. I enjoyed destroying structures. I guess you get good players every now and then that knows how to aim, which is why sometimes that can happen. It's just when I'm like, you know, caught so like by a surprise is when they will get me better. So there was this one time I almost won a match, and I lost at the end because a player apparently was well hidden that he somehow rushed like came out of the tree. Yet I wasn't aware the player came out because my player model here blocked blocked the view of that player. And I was like, what the heck? Where did he come from? And yeah. It's that rare moment when, if I position my character behind, say, these obstacles, that's the best. That's the closest I could retell a story, like something like that. I think that was like uh an awkward timing, really. But to the player, I guess they're lucky. That's why. Time to go Super Saiyan! Down we go! I hope you're enjoying it so far. Whee! Okay, now we can, like, do our fishing minigame. Whoop. It's easier than it looks, believe it or not. Oh, here we go. You don't get that too often. But when you do, it just feels nice. Sometimes I like to create my own personal challenges. Just for, just to spice things up. Does anybody else ever fish? Definitely not, because it's so much easier to find random goods in chests. But the game lets you do that anyway. And I'm totally cool with that. I never really made use of the porta-bunker, like, ever. Ooh, Cobra. Do I need variety? Probably should. One for range and one for closer. I guess I'll just, yeah. Don't need it. I'm good. I don't need a porta-bunker. I'm good. It's when games give you variety. It's when I guess it's really nice to have. I better, shield up then. One. Oh, yeah, there's that potion. I should have just consumed that first. That's okay. Oh, well, there's this dude. See, I can only consume 2 of these before I'm at 50. Which means, and by then, the game will tell me, no, I can't consume any more because, I can only fill up to the first 50 points. It's a little weird, but it's done for balance reasons. Do you think something wrong? Do you see something wrong with this mirror? I'm looking at some sort of a strange parallel dimension. Of course, I don't have RTX or, ray tracing enabled, so I don't know if that would improve the look, but... Before, though, interestingly enough, only parts of a character is rendered. Call an X. Okay. Hey, you spooked me. That's not fair. Bush Warrior. Not gonna hide and heal up. Wait a minute. Nah. Useful. I don't think I need it. Anyway, where was I? Right over here. Yes. I'm not possessed. I swear, I am not possessed. I promise you. Heavy saber rifle. I'm good. Unless it's like gold. You know what? I'll take this. I'm sold. I'm sold. Here we go. I like to just run around with a chicken on my head. You can do this if you want. But watch this. It's slower, but it protects you from from heights. There's that. I got myself a cute little companion. Up we go! Barely. Yes, I know. I don't need to do that. Anyway. There you go. That looks totally out of the order. Looks totally normal. What do you think? Chicken sitting in a pile of leaves. I don't know why. I think that's funny. There was this one time, in one of those games, I was like, I'll say, I actually hid in one of the garbage bins, so in order to get away from the from a player, and they just like, where did he go? Right? I was so lucky there. That was hilarious in my opinion. I was able to escape their line of sight. You just gotta be crafty, you know? Not everybody does it. I don't know how often, but not everybody does. Okay. He saw... It's a battle of the wits. Uh-oh. That's a lightsaber. I ain't afraid of you. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna run out of bullets soon. Probably not a good idea. Nice. Oh, I guess he's got something else to deal with. You know what? That's alright. None of my business. Chug gunner! Nah, I don't need it. Go for broke. I like this one if I want to challenge myself, right? Well, I don't have a key on me right now. But pretty good selections. Let's see what else can I find. Granada! There we go, more ammunition. Gotta have more. Always keep yourself loaded, even if you don't think you need it. Don't worry, sometimes it's easy for me to think that someone just showed up, when in fact it's not. Anyway, I find it's a little easy to If you don't spend a lot on gold, it's easy to just, like, collect them. Anyway. Let's, head out. Gotta move on. Not doing too bad. Ooh. Oh. 2? Yes, sir. Yeah, there is this one, but the other one is like... Yeah. I like Icy Slide. You'll see why in a little bit. Assuming I don't die. Someone just might come up to go to investigate. I don't know where. Alright. And a 3. And a 2. And a 1. Here we go. These crates holds the slurp shoes. The greatest of all recovery items. Always comes with 1 by default. So now I have 4. A bit OP at this point. I'm not sure if it will guarantee me a win, but again, if I don't die. Watch this. Whee! Someone was there. Ooh. I keep missing. Damn. What? I don't need you. Yeah, sometimes my aim can be sloppy. Yeah, with my icy feet, I slide. Because it's funnier. Actually, it does have some advantage. You'll slide longer. Yo! What? Uh-oh. Where's that shot coming from? Oh, that's you this whole time. Ooh! Yes! Eee! Oh, not so much on you there. You know, I'm just gonna stick to this. I would love to use it. It's so fun. Ooh. Doesn't matter too much. I'll just play it safe. But, ooh! I think it's happening over there. I swear it's coming from over there. Oh, wait. Yeah, definitely happening over there, alright. Or no. No. Oh, I see it. I see you. I see you. Ooh. Oh. I wonder if that's where they're... I guess they're after that one. Well, at least I have a moment. So I'm happy. I don't want to shoot right yet. It'd be a waste. He's fast approaching though. Wait. Aha! He's deflecting my bullets. Because he's a Jedi now. He's using the vehicle as a means of defense. Ooh, smart. What? What? You can fucking do that? No way! You can do that? No way! Wow, that's cool. I'll admit. That's the first time I've seen that. Okay. People are playing hide and seek for this long now. Oh. Woohoo! Bubble dragons. Uh-oh. If I don't act, someone's gonna hit me. Someone's gonna hit. Oh. I spotted you. I think it's that same guy. I think. Oh, no, there's another. Oh, they brought a companion. Totally a companion. Yeah, if they look a little glitchy, that's their companion. You can't take them out though, but they're only wasting your time. If you take out the player, however, the companion who's aided who is the companion will basically die with the player, so it's easier to kill the player if you can. So anywho, it looks like something is taking place, or they're slowly dying in that barrier. Yep. Alright. I'm ready. Ooh. Get ready. Ooh, smart. Smart play. Nice. Oh. Oh, crap. We're being surrounded. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm ready to go. Alright. I'm ready. Oh, no. Oh, wait, no. Perfect. I'm on edge. I'm on edge! Ah! Ah! Woohoo! Whee! Okay. Need to go this way more, though. Woo! Alright. Perfect. I don't care. We got this. Got it. Made it. I see one. Close. They're vulnerable. Terminate it. Uh-oh. Ow! Oh, no. I was being locked on this whole time with a lock-on pistol. That's why the surrounding turned darker. So that's why. How fitting. Anakin Skywalker. Is that cheating? Nah, it's just a weapon. You just had to aim it to the left, and you don't do that. That's a pretty solid game in my opinion, though. When harvesting, aim for the blue-red circles to break items more quickly. Whoop! Yeah, boy. Whoops! Yeah, you can knock other players off if you do it that way. Arguments be like... Alright, so in less than 3 minutes, the ad will begin playing soon. Actually, can I snooze it? I wonder. Not that it matters too much. There. I snooze it, so it should be over 7.5 minutes. I don't know. That would be funny if I'd, like, find a place to hide for so long. I wouldn't recommend doing that, though. Or if I just died a little too soon. But honestly, I don't mind taking yet another... Ooh. Big ball right there. Well, since I'm in the frozen tundra now, time to, scour about. Bing. Oh, yeah. What? Ow. Just gonna look around. Alright. Wait. I don't need that. I don't need it. Oh boy. I don't know why, but Tomo gets me whenever they say it. It's so cute. So I kind of imitate that line too. Whee! Hello. I would have taken him on, but nah. You're just lucky. Cobra. Alright, got it. Uh-oh. Maybe it's just me. Show yourself. How does it work again? Yeah, that's cool. That is a Thunder Spears. Oh, there you are. I wasn't even zoomed in, actually. I'm shooting like a wild gunner. Ooh, I guess this player has, like, Keymaster! What am I gonna do? I know I'm supposed to heal up, so... better do it now. Let's go with light fingers. Might come handy later. Maybe. Later. How about we capture the point? Uh-oh. They're coming. They're coming. But I ain't giving up the point. Unless... bombs away! Gives me reasons to throw grenades. There we go. I'm gonna have to take this, actually. Gives me time to do that. Watch this. I don't know if that's unique. Ooh. What? I didn't know you could do that. I guess that's one of the side quests. But okay, cool. Oh, maybe I need this. I feel like I might need that. I'm gonna be starting the ad thing in a little bit because, well, you know. Just giving you the heads up. Yep. And a 3. Here we go. You know what's nice though? I found a way to optimize the recording, so it wouldn't take up like hundreds of gigabytes. Blowing up stuff is fun. Ooh. Chuggies. Okay, it's real on the other end of the map. I see it. Right here. If not, it's on the... nope, it's out on the outside. What do we have here? Okay, shieldfish. I should be fine. How about... yeah. Coming at her. I just do it because. Dumpster diving. Yeah. Come here, chicken. It's a little tricky, especially with the keyboard. Alright. We're finally in a greener path. Alright, you can't run with the chicken on you. That's something else I failed to mention. And when you think you got it... okay. Oh my gosh, this is hard. It's a little tricky, but after a little while. Hey, let's see. Oops. You can get. Whee! Oh, the potential with them, but. Woohoo! Anyone that is not watching ads and are subscribed to me, thank you very much. Just want to put that right now. Look at that. Alright. It's the undead! Thank you so much! 360 no scope. Chaos. Come on, blow out. Hey, I seen you from earlier. Not anymore. Get ahead next time. You're a schmuck. Eat lead. Wait. No, that's premature. Eat lead. That was totally unscripted, by the way. And now I'm in great pain. Ouch. 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 How are you doing, by the way, undead? How are you doing, my man? Hang on, just need to, like... Oop. I'm playing a game of Fortnite to take a break. And after a little while, just get back to my drawn. I was working on a comic. You know, just chilling on my day, so... Yeah. Also, it's my, Oh! Holy jumpins. That she caught me off guard legit that time. I think I'll be good for one more round. I'm doing good, Joe, but I'm glad you're doing good. Actually, I've been feeling pretty good in the past, since, I guess, since yesterday. I feel pretty good. I feel like, things are, pretty good, you know? It's a good feeling. That's why I feel pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, one last match. One last of the regular matches. And I'll show you what I mean, in a little bit. Ooh. I have to ask, though, should the game lose its popularity at some point, what's going to happen to the copyrighted content? That's something that I don't think anyone actually has ever asked themselves, considering that this game is so far is rife with all sorts of properties from different artists, movies, comics, video games, and everything, right down to like copyrighted music and all that. I have to ask, what are they gonna do? I don't know. It's kind of the thing. Like, Fortnite is not going to be around forever. Sure, it has been going. It's still going on and pretty strong too. So that it's not gonna go away immediately, and probably not too soon either. But one thing that I wonder though is in the future, with all the properties, what's gonna happen to, say, when the game eventually needs to go. Well, unless they're trying to keep maintain it though, but are they going to eventually phase out content that... I don't know. Ha! Huh! Funny. Ah! Okay, this does not count, guys. This does not count. Interesting, ride that she has. Yeah, that's... only time could tell. She's doing the Fortnite dance. At least she tried. Excuse me. But yeah, man, I'm pretty good. Whee! Ooh. I hope you can hear the audio of the in-game audio okay. I know it's pretty quiet. I'm pretty sure of it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the real final match. And we're gonna do it here this time. Okay, cool. Thank you for your feedback, but Yuppie. Good man. Hey, look! It's Star Destroyers. Or whatever they're called. Let me know what your guys... if you know them. Anyway. Oh no. I'm not the only one here. Oops. Can't carry anymore. I'm too greedy. Imagine you couldn't carry anymore because you're just too damn greedy. Fight or flight. What? I don't get it sometimes. Now, this one is a bubble shield. Or shield bubble. Backwards, but same thing. Now, I'm not going to worry about using the items because... Sherpies! I want to look around a little before I continue. Ooh, I'll take this. Up. Ooh, helpful. And another one. Okay. It's time to leave. Pardon me while my throat is like, ooh. Check out this wicked effect. Go for broke. And why not? I get to use this, and the other one, this. This is interesting. It's a pistol that uses heavy you know, heavy shells. It operates like a like a rifle, but closer. It's just in, fun to use. But you know what else? Knockback. Like, you know, you launch yourself upwards. Like this. Woohoo! If you time it just right, that is. And again, you can get some serious heights if you time your jump and that right. You also get a chargeable shotgun. Okay, that's weird. Yes. You know what? Let's consume these bad boys. Yes. These bad boys from outer space. Ultimate muscle. And something else. What's your favorite for kids intros? Whoa, that's a lot. What? I'm at a disadvantage. Oh, I see you. You can't hit me there. Whee! Oh, right. But you have like an alter. No, wait. Yeah, sorry. I know, like a subsidiary or something of that sort. It's called like Artex or something. Correct me. I just like doing that. Ooh. I'm gonna need this. Oh, hi. He's a friendly, don't worry. Maybe he can help us, or we don't. We had to pay for the service, though, but that's okay. And that is how it's done. Okay. That is so bad. I'm sorry. Okay. But damn, I survived that. Great.
Reload.
Yes. He'd be like, what the fuck? Yeah. He has seen a lot. Yeah. And you know what? You know what, my man? My buddy? Holy crap, there's a lot of bullets. I was one of those that watched for kids as early as I'm trying to remember when. I believe I started watching for kids when I think okay. I recall Sonic X started airing since 2003, but I never got to see. Okay, yeah, I think it was the following year after that is when I started getting to 4Kids. That was in 2004. I was 14. I kind of grew up watching some Saturday morning cartoons. But I never put so much investment towards anything more than, say, for kids. Uh-oh. Shh. Anyway, I've watched Sonic X ever since. Uh-oh. Are they gonna go after it? No? No? Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked kind of, but I watched Sonic X, and the first thing I saw in the episodes when Sonic fought against Knuckles, when they, had like, friendly, not so friendly bout, but got what that was specifically. But it does involve combat. Shh. So, yeah, that was like, oh shit, where's that, what channel is it? And that's when I found out that it is being played on for kids. That's how I found out about that. So, that's basically how I got into it. And only, I think, in the span of maybe 2 years-ish, kind of. I think it was like around that number. Maybe 1 or 2 years. I don't know. But we tried to get into that Saturday morning phase. I got to see classics such as One Piece, Shaman King, Ultimate Muscle, and a lot of good classics. So, all done by in the style of 4Kids. And yes, they did alter them in order to make it more kid friendly. And the extremes they've gone to take is ludicrous, to put it lightly. Well, consider yourself lucky, my man, because over here, at least in North America, 4Kids don't have much of a choice but to alter them. And I mean, they have been doing that, so like, when it comes to, say, cartoons and animes, that was like a thing that they have been doing for like past a decade and a half. And they have some. And hey, Devil Roses, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you show up on my Affilateversary. Oh, there you are. Oh shit, I'm too slow. I saw it moving though. But anyway, that's when I was introduced to that. Where the heck are you? Visit Monoliths. Gotcha. Oh shit, you can actually buy one of the exotics. Damn. Not needed though. But I guess you can say I can grab a freebie. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Thank you very much, my bro. I'm not doing anything super special. Oh crap. I accidentally found an exploit. If you do it just right, that is. Anyway, Sonic X, which one of my favorite cartoons, anime. I'm sorry. It's kind of close, but yeah. I heard that up for kids because Yu-Gi-Oh! And the censorship they have done with the invisible guns. Oh, that scene where the two guys are pointing the fingers at Kaiba. Yeah, that is true. They had guns prior, but in the 4Kids dub, yeah. That was a thing. It's pretty funny though. By the way, how you been doing, Roses? Yeah. So they made alterations like again, I don't put it like ludicrous lightly because they could just like go all the way, even go as far as to remove text text that could have been localized for the English-speaking audience, and instead of just like editing them to make it from that, it's like, no, we're just not gonna bother, and so they just tend to like edit them out. It would make more sense to just leave them blank, like as, sorry, like left them as is, and that would be the end of the day, right? So you're all right, and you're drawing right now. That's awesome. I'm just playing for the last match, so. Ow! My throat, by the way. Nice to stay myself hydrated. Ah. No. They're both up, fully locked and loaded. Let's have some fun. It's okay, peeps. I'm okay. Don't worry, that's perfectly fine. Oh. Actually, that's a good thing. They're probably not too far, I think. When you're, well, when you're being, I don't know. Crap, I'm sidetracked here. So yeah, I've watched 4Kids for a good number of years before I started tuning into more serious animus. The likes of it, say, Inuyasha, Gundam Seed, and among other good classics. Crap. I thought I hit him that time. Uh-oh. He's got a weapon! And he's blindly shooting me. Wait a minute. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum-da-dum. Superpower! Oh! Woohoo! Where'd it... That's probably that dude. Ow! 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 Okay, that was unintentional, my bad. Oh, ow! Man, they're hitting me all over the places. Oh, it's very active right there. Ooh, pretty solid, too. Stone Wars. Alright, but that was actually pretty fun. Let's change things up, shall we? One of my favorite modes. The Fall of the Republic. And la. Yes, yes. Let's see, I'm just gonna like switch it up to level high hunter parkour. What was that? Oh yeah, that one. It's a speed simulator. If you don't know what the speed simulator is, tune in. Because race around this giant map with maximum speed. It's pretty fun. Oh look, I'm a default character for some weird reason. Doesn't concern me too much. Woo! Look at me go! I'm fast! Ice physics! Sonic speed! Look at that! Actually, it looks really cool with effects like that, you know? Can I get a good speed? No. Let me try that again. Ah, shoot. Kinda had to do it a specific way. Oh, no, you gotta do something more like that. Yeah. Uh-oh. There's not much really here other than looking around for secrets. And just like whizzing around at the speed of sound. I think. Really? That's as fast as you're going? Let's try it again. Wah! I just like running around like that. Actually, to make it more appropriate. I think it's called Sonic Utopia. Yes. Here we go. Even better. Woo! Just gotta run around, all around the map here. Yes. Woo! Ah, shoot. It's how you do it to get a nice view. Yep, Speed Simulator 2.0. It's so fast. Oh, but there's something I would like to show you guys what you can do with Ultra Speed. Well, it's too bad you can't really like slide over these unclimbable hills. I mean, it's fun. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna have to, like, turn that off. Or, that way, that works too, I guess, but I want it off. There we go. So much easier to roam around like this. Whee! I think it's right there. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I've definitely missed it. I know where it is. I'm glad they improved this, because I can just teleport up here. Everything moves super fast, but did you know you move so fast you can practically fly? Come on. Whee! Have you ever seen a flying car? Yeah, we're flying, boys. Seriously, you move so fast. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ow. It's so cool, seriously. It is possible to get to one of those places where I think it's been bugged out, but to do that, you gotta have to, like, fly to it. And then you gotta, like, a pole. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's that one right over there. It's not much of a reward, though. But if you time it just right, then you could land on it. Took me, like, a good while, but I managed to. It's nothing much. I'll show you something else before I... Well... Actually, I don't personally know what else, really. I mean, it's never meant to be, like, that long. Anyway. Yeah. This is what the top of the world looks like. Yep, you're just seeing that tiny... That's a very big map that looks so tiny from above. Yeah. Yeah. Just right up there. You can't see it, but it's there. I'll probably never be able to win the special prize, and probably wouldn't matter much. I'm just here just for... Whee! Pretty fun to roam around. I don't think I've done that before, and that's hilarious. Look at that. Wow, like, side the... Wow, that's funny. Okay. Why is it so funny? This is why I like this. They should make it Battle Royale, speed style, yeah. This needs to be official, really. Woo! Alright. Well, that's that. Of course I favorited it. Of course. Shh. I said shh. There we go. Speed Simulator 2.0. That's all you need to know. It would be cool if they could make it Battle Royale, you know? That would be cool. Maybe not in the mood if we're creative. But really, I think... yeah, I think that's pretty much it, really. But that was amazing and fun, really, so... Oops. Wait, why did I do that? Sorry. I said cancel. That's that for now. Whew. A pretty nice break, really. Let's continue. Let's keep the party going. Keep that party going. Let's see. I'm trying to find something to... There is this video I want to see. Not sure if I really want that, but I don't think I'll watch it another time. Sorry about that. Man, I had no idea Fadiana's body looked a little off, but I'm sure glad I did. Kind of. Might need some work, I think. It's starting to warm up too, actually. You like this? Thank you. I forgot what the position is, but basically she takes on the role of, I guess, as a assistant or secretary, or I think. But that certainly will be a short-lived job. Mm. Oops. Oh, she will soon. She certainly will. Hmm. Come on. I realize that she looks a little big. Hang on. Okay. What you're listening to is Black is Black and White is White. Pokemon Black and White. By Zam. Well, it'll be sometime, honestly. Well, who knows? Who knows? Not saying that. Well, I'm not sure how this will go, but anything can happen. So, yeah. I think. Ah, so hard. Yes, I did not forget the legs. I like it to be somewhat symmetrical, but not wholly. There. Da 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 da. Yeah. Oh, close. It's gotta like have to do it just right. Oh, shoot. I got so ahead to the point I realized. Never too late, though. And luckily for me... Doop, doop. Da 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 da. Pokemon Legends. Cyan. Thank you very much. Happy to. Happy to bring her into the spotlight, and even more so. I don't know why. This is like a great song right now. Oh, thank you. I'm just happy too, that's all. Yeah, I gotta like do a little cleanup around here. Less than 3 minutes before, well, another ad break. I don't mind it though. I could use like a short break. Do it if you need it. I'm just gonna wait till the ad plays. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's see, I'm gonna try. That's fine. All right. Small BRB. Oops. BRB. Oops. Hello, I'm back once again. I shall go for, I say, yeah, thank you. This is gonna be like less than an hour for me to go before I decided I'll just stop for now, so.
Hello and welcome to one of the longest videos I've made in quite a while. My name is Gibby and I'm going to be reading the Anaxis/Langshu Manifesto. This is an article that was posted.
This is something else I want to see.
Watchmen. Now, before I go into this, I do want to give a quick disclaimer. Now, this video is going to be difficult to cover for two reasons. The first is my own biases, my own memories of the situations that occurred many years ago, my own interpretations of the communications I had with the people involved in this story. And then the second reason is going to be the biases of the narrator, of the person whose account we're going to actually be reading. Obviously, when a lot of people tell their stories, especially to the public about an incident like this after the fact, they tend to tell it in a way that makes them look better in retrospect. So, just so that you're totally aware, when I'm telling stories about my own involvement, myself in the past, obviously you need to keep in mind that subconsciously or unconsciously I may be telling it in a way that makes me look better, and that the narrator of this piece may also be doing the same. All of that to say, take this with a very large grain of salt. A little background and history on the Watchmen. They were the group that took over from the Guard Dogs as the de facto protectors of Chris Chan. They were not affiliated with the Kiwi Farms as the Guard Dogs had been. The Guard Dogs consisted of people like Noel and Marvin and other people who had been in the Chris story for a long time. The Watchmen consisted of people who were new to Chris story, or at least weren't in it for the last 20 years. It's my belief that the Watchmen were actually good for Chris, that they were actually there to protect him and to be his friend. I actually think that these people formed a genuine bond and friendship with Chris. With that said, obviously I disagreed with their methodology. Part of them being friends with Chris meant that they fed into his delusions. They all pretended to be CPU goddesses just like him. They all referred to him using his fake goddess name. They all talked to him about these imaginary characters that he talked about as if they were real. Now, it's all well and good for me to criticize them for doing this, when I was never in charge of taking care of Chris. I can sit here on my high horse and say that you should never feed into his delusions. But if the options are feeding into his delusions, or letting him fall victim to people like the Idea Guys again, I honestly do not know what I would have done. And thankfully, I've never been in that situation. Thankfully, the only people who have ever been in that situation are the couple of people who made up the Watchmen. It's very possible that the Watchmen contacted me at some point before my first public interaction with them. My first public interaction with them was MKR leaving a comment on one of my videos, basically telling me to stop bullying her friend Christine. I don't know if the comment is still up because he ended up getting banned from the Kiwi Farms, but actually the very first mention of me on Kiwi Farms was by Not, one of the leaders of the Watchmen. He was unfavorably comparing me and Dylan Thomas, another Chris YouTuber, and basically calling us a bunch of names. Not and I would end up forming a professional relationship in the future as we discussed things about Chris. After MKR reached out to me on my video, we got in contact with each other. Basically, her main criticisms were that I was very unknowledgeable about a lot of Christory. She recommended that I read through the quickie and stop speculating on a lot of things. Obviously, back in the day, I did a lot of speculation pieces, and I still actually stand by a lot of those. A lot of things as far as Chris's mental state or the future of Chris's actions are things that I'm still interested in discussing. The problem is I didn't have all the facts of the past, meaning I was speculating on things that were known. That was my major flaw back then, and that is what MKR wanted me to fix. Around this time, the Watchmen reached out to me. They had audio that they had secretly recorded of Jacob Sockness. Now, I don't specifically remember if when they reached out to me they said that they were the Watchmen, or if they just said that they were an anonymous group. Either way, at the time, I did not put two and two together that the people I was talking to were the Watchmen, were not an MKR and the other people involved. They told me that I could release this audio of Jacob as long as I cut out all of their dialogue for their privacy, and I thought that this was a very fair thing. It was very important that this audio be released to the public, but these people wanted to protect their privacy, so I re-recorded their lines, and those videos are still up on my channel. Most of my interactions with the Watchmen regarded the safety of Chris. They would also give me information that wasn't necessarily public knowledge, such as Chris had 2 cell phones. That has since become public knowledge. Based on the things that would come later, it was very obvious that they were trying to steer the public perception of Chris in a more positive light. With that said, that positive light was actually more truthful. A lot of people had a lot of misconceptions about Chris because he exploded in popularity when Gino started releasing his documentary, meaning a lot of people only knew about the early days of Chris because only the first couple of episodes had come out by then.
Mm-hmm.
People were treating late 2010s Chris as if he was early 2000s Chris. So one of the things that the Watchmen wanted to get across was that Chris was a relatively normal person, that he would have game nights, that he would have movie nights with his friends, that he left his house and did a lot of activities around town. He was not this recluse, he was not this person who just sat on his computer all day terminally playing video games and spending time on the internet. Around the time, the big Chris tubers would have been Gino Samuel, myself, Dylan Thomas, and Rogue Internet Man, and I think that we all fell into our own individual niche. Gino obviously released his documentary in a very objective fashion, never putting in his own commentary, trying to steer clear of his own opinion. Obviously, he eventually would have to make executive decisions about how to cover the story, which technically includes some bias, but he was trying to remove as much bias as possible. I was also trying to present stories in as factually a way as possible, but that included a lot of speculation. But my own biases would shine through with what I thought was happening or what I thought would happen in the future, not so much my own interpretation of what was happening, if that makes any sense. Dylan Thomas was a lot more comedic. His videos were about the insanity in the Sonic the Hedgehog community, and so when he covered Chris Chan, it was from the perspective of ridicule. At the very least, that is my and other people's interpretation, but I'm not going to put words in his mouth that that was his intention. So because at the time the Watchmen were actually Chris's friend, they very much enjoyed me and Gino's content and not so much Dylan's, because Dylan was mean to Chris.
Mean.
At one point, MKR reached out to Dylan and told him that she would share all of this undercover Chris Chan info, these leaked documents, all of this evidence that had not been shown to the public with him if he was nicer to Chris. She used me as an example, basically saying that they had helped my career, they had given me information because I was playing along and being nice to Chris. This is factually untrue. While it may be the case that they gave me things like the leaked Jacob audio because I was nice to Chris, at no point did they tell me to be nice to Chris. That was just always my MO. I always went out of my way to discuss things in a factual manner and only allow the joke of the situation to be presenting things just factually as they are. Chris's inane and insane ramblings are funny. I didn't have to layer jokes on top of them. It's also, I think, extremely dishonest to say that they helped my career in giving me the leaked Jacob audio, as those videos to this day performed significantly worse than my other videos about Chris Chan. Me simply reading his public Twitter account got way more views than these leaked Jacob audios. Basically, MKR was implying to Dylan that I had taken some sort of deal and that it was helping my career, and so he should take the same deal, and he refused. The two got into a sort of argument. There were a lot of insults and swear words passed back and forth. I found myself in the middle of it when people on Twitter started directing me in the direction of this argument that was happening, and I, unfortunately, defended MKR, or at the very least, I painted Dylan as the bad guy by saying that he struck the first blow. This was in reference to the fact that Dylan called MKR a very not nice word that starts with the letter C and is 4 letters long. This is just the old-fashioned Sunday school teacher in me, but I don't appreciate when you call a lady words like that. With that said, in a very factual manner, you could very well be argued that MKR was the one who threw the first punch by originally threatening Dylan. Basically, the conversation was MKR sending a veiled threat, and then Dylan responding with a very non-veiled, overt, antagonistic approach. So while I stand by my opinion at the time, in hindsight, I definitely need to take the L on that one. Later on, there would be a massive schism within the Watchmen as one of the members, Wildcat, took over. One of the things that had happened is that Knot was banned by the Kiwi Farms, and so Wildcat used this and various other just instances of events that had gone down over the years to convince Chris to stop talking to Knot and MKR. So Wildcat took over. Wildcat at this time was actually in the same Discord as Bella, the person who would go on to leak the Chris Chan audio where he admitted to the terrible, horrific crimes that he allegedly committed with Barb. Wildcat was an unassuming stooge in Bella's plot. This man thought that he could basically control Chris. He thought that he would be able to be in control of the Watchmen, the Praetors, and Bella's chess club. Instead, he was just a useful idiot for them. At the time, he still had some of the Watchmen members on his side, but as it became clear that he was an idiot, they started leaving him one by one, and Bella used him as a scapegoat. After Wildcat reached out to me personally to tell me that he had overthrown Knot and would be my new liaison to the Watchmen, I became extremely suspicious. For one, I had no reason to believe that Knot had done anything wrong from the information I'd been given, and for two, I didn't really have a liaison to the Watchmen. I just kind of would very I just kind of had very friendly conversations with MKR, and if anything came up, she would give me information. The way he talked to me was as if this was some kind of legitimate business transaction, which is, again, kind of how it was painted to the public in order to make them look more legitimate, but was not actually how things worked in reality. That's not actually how my communications with them went. So when he approached me with that mindset, it made me think that he didn't really know what was going on. I immediately DM'd MKR on Twitter to ask her what had happened, and she gave me, again, biased from her perspective, the information that Knot had been kind of banned from the Kiwi farms, kicked out of Chris's life, and that this guy, Wildcat, had taken control. Wildcat actually started doing interviews that were then posted on the Quickie. It was of MKR's opinion, at least that she expressed to me, that now the Quickie was under his control. He wasn't actually like the lead moderator or anything, but because of his connections and because of his new position of power, he was able to sort of steer the conversations in ways that benefited him. This led to a several-day period in which I basically no longer trusted the Quickie. This, of course, coincided early with the Bella leaked audio stuff. My last real communications with any of the Watchmen happened in the days following the leaked audio. I spoke to MKR about if she knew anything about it. She said that she had no idea and would never have suspected that Chris would do something as horrible as this. She then went back in their chat logs and found that Chris mentioned Bella as a person several times. He had mentioned her name, but nobody in the Watchmen had ever thought that she was important. And then it became clear that she was. At this time, Wildcat was still in contact with me, and he was giving me insider information. Insider information that I was not trusting, because at the time, I thought that he was the ringleader of the whole gang. All of the chess club members in Bella were his underlings, that he was in control of the Quickie, that he was in control of these people who had this leaked document of Chris. I thought that he was this idea guy level mastermind. And because of this, because I thought I had this insider information, I tried to reach out to people on the Kiwi farms in order to tell them what had happened. I regret my actions on the Kiwi farms simply because I totally misread the room. I kind of went in and approached them and talked to them as if they were the B-board on 4chan, or as if they were funny junk, or as if they were forums that I used to go on in the early 2000s in which people called each other the F-slur in terms of endearment. And they're not like that. They're very much, or at least nowadays, are very much the people I interacted with. A lot more like Reddit. For everyone on the Kiwi farms who sent me very mean messages, I had an equal amount of people who sent me messages apologizing for the culture of the website, how it didn't used to be like that, and how it was now basically taken over by these power-hungry, would-be Reddit mods. So again, big L on my part. I would not do that again if I had the opportunity. I totally misread the room. So at the time, I had made a tweet and basically said, hey, anyone on the Kiwi farms, anyone who's doing a legitimate investigation into this leaked audio, reach out to me. And then they didn't, so I went right to the source. I went to Kiwi farms. I eventually got into contact with one of the main players on that board, and I basically told him my theory that Wildcat was in charge, and then I sent him a bunch of leaked documents. He would end up turning against me, and his stated reason is that I had drawn public attention to him, basically naming him in some of my videos, and saying that he was, like, in control of the board. This is complete nonsense, because another YouTuber who was covering the events at the same time, Kami D-Girl, also thanked him as a public-faced member of the board, as one of the people leading the investigation. So that was a complete lie. So the Kiwi farms put two and two together, one of the twos being that I was antagonistic to them on the board because I misread the room, and the other two being that I had leaked information I refused to share with them, that I had this sort of sense that I knew more than them, that being the information I'd gotten from MKR. They put two and two together and assumed that for some reason I was working with Bella. One of the only users to ever get banned from my Discord server for just being very vile and harassing other people, then went to Kiwi Farms to try to defend me. I banned him for being inappropriate, and he went to the Kiwi Farms of his own volition literally months after being banned. I tell this whole story because it's important to my last communications with the Watchmen, in which MKR reached out to me on Twitter and asked me if all the things she'd been reading about me were true. Had I actually sent an army of my fans to defend myself on Kiwi Farms? The answer, of course, was no. At the time, the Kiwi Farms was doing their own investigation into the Watchmen. They had evidence, and I don't fully understand it, but they had evidence that the person who had drawn my initial profile picture on YouTube was actually one of the Watchmen. In order to gather more evidence on this or to debunk it, I went into my own DMs to try to find the person who had drawn that image and found that they had deleted the conversation. Long story short, the theory is that this was in fact the Watchmen, and that before they made public contact with me, they wanted to face dox me. So they asked me for a picture of my face so they could draw a profile for me. This was completely unnecessary given that I had shown my face in videos prior to this, but that is the going theory. I brought this up to MKR, and she called me an a-hole. And so ends my contact with the Watchmen. The guy, Wildcat, ended up disappearing from the internet, and I leaked a bunch of our DMs to show and kind of prove my point that he was bad news the whole time. And that leads us to the Lane Chu Manifesto, written by Anaxis, who was one of the Watchmen members. Anaxis had actually been one of the few people who joined Wildcat's side after the schism. He then cursed out Wildcat, called him an idiot, and then stopped associating with him after it came to light what Wildcat had been doing. All of that to say, this is his perspective on what had been happening. This is some insider scoop knowledge that we did not previously know up until this point. But the story I just told, is the public knowledge that we did have on these actors. So now we're going to read what he wrote. The following is my personal story about how I got involved with the Quick community, became a member of the Watchmen, was exiled from the group, closely observed Chris for about a year, mid-2020 to mid-2021, and ultimately ended my involvement due to events surrounding the incest scandal. Much of my tale will be framed around the events of the 30th of July, 2021, and I will go into extensive detail about my experiences. Not all of it will necessarily directly involve Chris, with focus also being given to Chris's orbiters and members of interest in the community. This is not meant to be an objective article summarizing events by any means. It is all very subjective. And while I aim to keep as many facts as possible intact, I acknowledge that some of it may be colored by my own personal biases. That is just unavoidable when writing something from this personal of a perspective. I will be providing as many screenshots as I can to help contextualize and prove my claims. I will be as truthful as possible regarding myself and my actions, as I don't have anything to hide. However, I will occasionally keep certain names out of these events, as many people who were adjacent to myself at this time have little or nothing to do with the events that transpired around Chris. Lastly, if you want full context, then please read the whole page and follow it as it's updated. I know it's a lot, but this isn't something I feel can get an accurate TLDR while still maintaining the full truth. It is far too complicated a subject for that. Thank you for reading and for your patience. Forward. 30th of July, 2021. A day that would forever live on in infamy and scar the minds of Christorians the world over. Referred to sometimes as the 9/11 of the internet. This was the day that a recording was released which revealed Chris's incestuous relationship with his mother. Soon after, Chris was arrested and jailed, his fate left in the hands of the Virginia Judicial
Evil
System,
Cable.
and Kiwi Farms was left to
Yes.
investigate the actors that were involved in the creation
Some idiot,
resulting in the discovery of the
kind of just not let it loose there. So I thought it would make a little bit more sense over that. I think, you know.
that surrounded her, as well as horrific details
Oh
of her
no!
life and seemingly cruel and sadistic personality. Certain individuals who got involved with her were also placed under scrutiny, including the Sutress and Sean Walker. Sean Walker being the Wildcat that I referred to earlier. And because my username was found as part of a group chat in which Bella was interrogated, I suddenly found myself caught in the crossfire of angry Kiwis who were searching for someone to blame. I have since been subject to many rumors and incomplete or outright false statements, so in an effort to tell my story and clarify what transpired from my perspective, I have decided to write about it here. I was the third individual to play the role of Lane Chu the Chronicler. I was tasked with recording information provided by Chris, and then distributing said information to the Quickie, and, by extension, the Kiwi Farms. Bear in mind, I do not have all of the answers regarding the various mysteries surrounding Bella and her schemes, but there are things that I do know, and a few things that I suspect, and this is what I will share. I am an
That's
actress,
right.
aka Lane Chu the Chronicler.
It can happen.
This is my story, and nothing less. I'm sure he's going to go into
That's why you gotta watch where you step.
the fictional personalities that the Watchmen used to kind of like control Chris. Basically, they pretended to be like a psychic Sonichu character. And the role of Lane Chu, which Chris believed to be one person, this fictional Lane Chu character, was played by multiple different people over the months and years that the Watchmen were in existence. So Anaxis was the third person to play the role of Lane Chu, which was a role that was used to sort of like dig into Chris's delusions. The beginning, July 2020 through September 2020. I have been casually observing Chris since around 2016, about at the point when the Doopy saga was just beginning. I was fascinated and disgusted by Chris, intrigued and revolted. It was a lot to take in, and I remember there being a point where I would be procrastinating on responsibilities by reading the quickie. It was a fun time sink for a while, but eventually, I read all of the major articles and grew bored. From then on, I would visit the wiki every so often, usually just to check a update and see what the latest news was regarding Chris. I never got involved in the community directly. I would always be incredibly passive about my observation. I never aspired to make a quickie account or visit the Kiwi farms. I would just check the website's front page, and later stay caught up with Geno Samuel's series. That all changed once the Quickie Discord server came into existence.
That's my brother, by the way.
On the 1st of July,
He had like a sore throat.
The official Quickie server was created by Klopp, and I joined it the very next day. I found myself in a community unlike any other that I had known. It had many different people of varying backgrounds and a wide span of opinions. We all had one common attribute, our fascination with observing Chris. For the first time, I was surrounded by people who were willing to engage in discourse about him, and that was something that I found to be often very entertaining, even intellectually stimulating at times. Although I can't say that I was the biggest fan of the culture that often propagated around the server, I genuinely enjoyed discussing Christory, and so it was worth it to me. I would like to believe that I had some influence in shaping the server at the time, such as suggesting that we add separate channels for the discussion of Christory-related topics. I also firmly believed in the #1 rule that was established on the server, which followed a similar attitude to the wiki: do not contact Chris or attempt to troll him. Sadly, throughout my time on the server, I had come across many people who had broken that rule, and come to the server to brag about their accomplishment, only to find that their audience would not be receptive. Many users have been banned from the server for that very reason. One of the server moderators noticed my interest in analysis of Chris and Christory, and offered to make me an editor account, which I accepted. Arrival of the Watchmen. I had been on the server for about a month when the members of the group that would come to be known as the Watchmen began arriving. First and most prominently was Bismuth, going by the name Hart at the time, and who I will be referring to as Not for the remainder of this writing. He began releasing a large amount of assorted leaks regarding Chris, which would come to be known as the 2020 Discord leaks. Funny enough, one of my first interactions with Not was a rather hostile one. He was posting these leaks in a discussion channel, and I would occasionally comment on them. He got fed up with the interruptions and stopped posting leaks, resulting in an argument between us until he was given his own dedicated channel for leaks. Interestingly, this interaction didn't seem to end up characterizing the relationship we would later have, at least not at the start. Having been so heavily involved in the server from its inception, coupled with the fact that life had become exceedingly dull due to the then-raging COVID-19 pandemic, I eventually approached the mod staff and asked if I could join them, and they said yes. Curiously, I was added to the mod staff by Klopp at the exact same time as Not, as Klopp had ties with the Watchmen at the time, and had been adding a few of their members to the mod staff as well, such as MKR. I was glad to be a part of the team, but my first real challenge as a moderator came from an event which had begun on the previous day. Chris, who was in the midst of role-playing as Sonichu at the time, arrived in the server on the 10th of August 2020, after Not had invited him in. At the time, the server had a contingency plan in place in the event that Chris showed up. He would be isolated into a single channel, only able to type in there, while individuals who were seen as sane and reasonable would be given a role called True and Honest, and only they would be allowed to speak to Chris, to ask questions and the like. However, news of Chris's arrival on the server spread quickly, resulting in an influx of new users desperate to approach him and interact with him in some way, whether that be trolling, asking questions, or just having a chat. Ultimately, Chris only sent 2 messages during his time in the server, both of which had to do with the dimensional merge. By the 14th of August, it was decided that the trouble of having Chris on the server was simply not worth it, and ultimately conflicted with the server's philosophy of not interacting with him. During this time, Clock was the one who played Lane Chew, a role that was created for the purpose of documenting Chris and relaying relevant information back to the Quickie, and was a member of the Watchmen. Since Chris's arrival in the Quickie server, Klopp had been working on creating another server for the purposes of filtered information with Chris's fans via the Watchmen, in order to separate the Quickie server from Chris. On the day of Chris's banning, Klopp posted an announcement about it as well as a link to the new server, called Quick Friends. Klopp's statement on Chris's banning read, "In the last few days, lots have happened in this server. Chris has joined this place for starters. This was met with mixed reception. The Quickie's goal is only to document Chris and not provide him a platform to push his agendas. It was never imagined that Chris will use the server to ramble about his fantasies, and due to this, it has been decided to give Chris his own server where he may do as he pleases." and access continues. However, setup was not finished, and the server was quickly infested by weens, forcing the moderators to take control of the situation. Chris himself wasn't even there yet, although he would arrive eventually. Klopp gave ownership to Knot, who would run the Quick Friend server until its eventual closure less than a month later. At the time, he handed ownership of the Quickie server to another moderator. I don't know exactly what happened, but he seemed to have a change of heart in regards to dealing with Chris, although this would be brief. But this was the event that jump-started my involvement. Klopp decided that he no longer wanted to play the part of Lane Chew, and, having confided in me beforehand about playing the role, offered it to me. I considered the pros and cons. There is an inherent risk when being so close to Chris, of course, and I wasn't interested in drawing attention to myself. On the other hand, this was an interesting opportunity to observe Chris a bit closer, and even relay new information back to the Quickie using my then newly created editor account. And so, I decided to accept Klopp's offer, if only I knew the consequences of this decision that would arise a little less than a year later. Joining the Watchmen. A member of the Watchmen would reach out to me soon after, giving me an invite to their server, The Place. Within it were 2 layers of channels, one which was visible to Chris and everybody else, and a second which was visible to everybody excluding Chris. It was here that I formally met several members of the Watchmen for the first time, such as MKR Nightbee, Nova Kyle, and Neko Onyx / The Wildcat. It was pretty quiet upon arrival, not quite knowing how I fit in, not having been given any instruction for my role. As it turned out, it didn't end up mattering at first. Klopp had returned to the Watchmen, and since I had not done anything as Lane Chew yet, decided to take the role back temporarily. This was fine by me. I was mostly interested in more distance documentation anyway. I got into the habit of screenshotting conversations whenever Chris was involved, and some of these conversations made up the substance of the early Discord Q&A, such as Q&As 2 and 3. I would upload these screenshots as references in the articles, with the names of the Watchmen, besides Lane Chew, censored. The Q&A itself was very impromptu and generally disorganized, and there was a rather large plethora of questions to be picked from. This was not to mention sourcing from Quick Friends, which involved not acting as a go-between for Chris, answering questions in his stead, although the volatile nature of the poorly managed server, coupled with Knott's general impatience toward less-informed Chris observers, made it difficult to organize that effectively. By the end of August, Klopp decided to give up the role of Lane Chew, this time for good, choosing to disassociate himself with the Watchmen and the Quick community entirely. Once again, he asked me if I wanted it, and I accepted. He left for a fair amount of time, but would eventually return to the Quickie server every so often to check in on things, becoming Lane Chew. The migratory nature of the Lane Chew role put me in an interesting position. I was more or less able to pick up where Klopp left off, having already formed a relationship of sorts with Chris. To him, Lane Chew the Chronicler was meant to be not only a historian who would document what Chris wanted, but a kind of sage who would give advice on how Chris could get closer to the dimensional merge. I initially carried on like nothing was different, waiting and watching for Chris to say something noteworthy in The Place. So it came to my complete surprise when he messaged me privately one day, early in September, entirely out of the blue.
You know what?
He came asking me
If you
questions
haven't,
about bringing the
wow.
dimensional merge closer to fruition.
How did you fit the get here in the first place? An announcement, I guess?
Purposefully avoided speaking to Chris. Specifically,
Yay!
I didn't want to have to enable him.
Thank you for that.
Stuck. Either I play
Thank you for that, man.
keep him talking, or I refuse and
Can't believe you,
At this point,
well,
I went to
hey,
Knot for help deciphering
you know,
the
even if you haven't followed me,
as well as advice on
it's cool that you did. Like, you showed up anyway, and that
Chris's
is
desperation
awesome.
and desire to bring about the merge was evident.
Ah,
and the last
well,
thing I wanted to do
I'm
was
glad that
promise
worked
something
out.
that would never come. So I developed a strategy. Whenever I would be asked a question about accelerating the event into existence, I would go full Zen master, preaching about the virtues of patience and allowing fate to take its natural course. I would always be just vague enough that I could be giving wisdom on anything. On occasion, early on, I would go back to Knot for specific advice when Chris was being particularly difficult, but soon I got the hang of things and stopped asking for his advice altogether. It was around this point that I began rising through the ranks of the mod staff on the Quickie server, eventually joining the small group of managers at the top of the command structure. Having seen the general inefficiency through which questions were delivered to Chris for the Q&A, and having ready access to a fairly sizable group of individuals interested in having their queries answered by Chris, I set to work on creating a new, separate server that would avoid the issues brought about by the mailbags attempted in Quick Friends and elsewhere, by taking Chris out of the equation completely. The new server would be a repository for questions directed towards Chris, moderated by myself.
Thank you very much.
From the Quickie server, where we would separate the wheat from the chaff and ensure that only non-trolling questions of quality, in our opinions, would reach Chris. Officially, we would forward them to the Watchmen after the review, which was technically correct, as Laneshoe would be the one asking these questions to Chris on the user's behalf. The server was dubbed Quick Questions, and would serve as the primary source of questions for the rest of the Q&A, from Discord Q&A 5 until its conclusion with Discord Q&A 11. The Quick Friend server came to an unceremonious end on 6th of September, with Knot, fed up by having to wrangle Reens, deciding to wipe the slate clean and create a different server from scratch that would serve a similar purpose, although this ultimately never saw the light of day. 2 days later, Quick Questions launched, and we began gathering inquiries. I would send them to Chris a few hours later, as he had messaged me asking for more merge wisdom the day previous, and he answered them, allowing me to post the screenshots directly onto the Quickie on their own page. Systems for both vetting questions server-side and delivering them to Chris in DMs were established, with me sending relevant questions to Chris in a set of 10 at a time, and reminding him once a week about the questions if he neglected to answer them, which was frequent. This system would last until the Q&A's end in December 2020. On enabling Chris and my intentions. I am fully aware of the morally questionable implications of my choice to enable Chris, as well as the negative perception that comes with doing so. Enablers are frowned upon in the Quick community, and with good reason. They perpetuate, and oftentimes, add to Chris's unhealthy delusions, furthering him down a destructive path. I'm not here to tell you that I'm some exception to the rule, or that I deserve any less amount of flack for playing along with Chris's craziness. I only wish to explain why I did the things that I did, and give some context to my actions. The sad reality about modern Chris, as any Christorian worth their salt would tell you, is that he will not willingly engage with anyone who does not play along with his delusions, including people who try to help him. Noel found this out the hard way, when Chris grew upset with him initially refusing to entertain Chris's merge nonsense in the aftermath of the Idea Guys. Thus, if you were going to speak to Chris, you either had to acknowledge his delusions quietly, or discuss them in great depth. The latter opinion was not appealing to me, so I chose the former. I dubbed this technique light enabling. As mentioned earlier, I would usually send him vague wisdoms whenever he would ask about the merge, having to do with patience and allowing fate to take its natural course. My number one rule when dealing with Chris, which I also enforced when evaluating Q&A questions, was don't give Chris any new ideas. I would always strive to maintain the status quo of Chris's beliefs for as long as possible, since they could not be removed, as opposed to enablers who attempted to insert their own lore into Christery. To me, this was the ideal modus operandi of the Watchmen when regarding Chris, although whether it was followed by the others is an
Twitch has a lot of neat things that, you know, you can do. Although I don't have a lot when it comes to interactivity. Well, except for points in that, but
so be it.
you'd be surprised.
All that I wanted was information that I could upload to the Quickie. Nothing more, nothing less. Only once did I break my self-imposed rule of not adding new lore in an act of desperation, which I will cover later. I've seen a few people here and there theorize that I was a troll or a ween. Unless the mere act of speaking to and enabling Chris qualifies me as such, I disagree with this assessment. I never tried to troll, or otherwise antagonize Chris, and I had no desire for glory, clout, or a place in Christery. I never took credit for any of the actions I did as Laneshoe, and the only reason I'm doing so now is because the cat is already out of the bag. Unlike some people, I don't view being in Christery as a badge of honor. If anything, it's the opposite. I just wanted to make a few small contributions by way of information releases. Some might also call me a hypocrite for preaching the observe, don't interact philosophy when it came to Chris while interacting with Chris myself, which I suppose is a fair criticism. I did try to maintain this philosophy for as long as possible, even as a member of the Watchmen, until Chris spoke to me first. In my mind, I justified it as him having reached out to me, rather than the other way around, which was far more typical of those wanting Chris's attention, and thus it was not the same case. I also believed myself to be making contributions to Christery by way,
that to me is a highlight, I'll admit, and I like that.
While I do feel like the
seriously.
The means in terms of what I got out of Chris during the time we spoke, I'm still uneasy.
Makes me feel slightly more powerful when I have people
especially from the Quickie server,
like quietly motivate me to get good.
I do not expect to be taken solely at my word on this matter, so I encourage you to look at my DMs with Chris.
Of course, this is still different because, you know, I've been playing by myself. I used to play a lot of Fortnite. Well, maybe not a lot, but I played Fortnite with friends.
Days of Prosper, September 2020 through December 2020. From September to December 2020, things were fairly good over on Discord. During this period, I became the owner of the Quickie server and began committing time to improving it in disparate aspects. Chris would answer the Q&A every so often, each time prompting me to make a new page. Relations with most of the Watchmen were fairly good, at least on the surface. In retrospect, it was the calm before the storm. Stay tuned for updates. And that is the post so far as of April 23rd, 2023. Obviously, there at the end, Anaxis has promised that there will be further updates in the future, although, as we all should know by now, any project that involves quick-related things may face some scrutiny that then causes the person to not continue the project. So it is unclear whether or not there's going to be a part 2, but when there is, obviously I will go and I will read it, and I will then label this video as a part 1. Thank you for watching. If you want more information about Chris Chan, make sure to subscribe, and if you want up to...
It's probably a little too much, you know.
Well, it's funny to think the last time I was in this recording booth, I was in here for like 4 hours recording a video that was like 30 pages long, 12 font, single space. You know, I can combine everything I ever did in college for my worthless degree, and I could say this Balto video eclipses any effort as far as those papers go. I went all out on this video. My entire team did. We've been stuck in limbo for like 4-5 weeks or so, as far as like trying to upload the video. Not that it's been like incomplete. The edits have been done for a bit, and we've been working on this video for like half a year. It's been a long time. I read a book, I looked at a book, but I also kind of tried to read a book for this one. We went as hard as we could, my full-on team, and Universal looked at me and said, no, all right? The Nostalgia Critic can upload his videos, but you can't, and I can't really put into words how much that hurts my heart. You know, it's not fair. How come Doug gets the, put on the golden platter, and I can't? Golden platter? I don't even know what that is, but I want it now. So I've been doing YouTube as a career, which is very lucky, for about, I'd say, 5 years now. And I've never faced so much pushback before for a video. And of all videos, it had to be the one that I'm trying my best on. Like, to put it in, like, relative to the channel, I'd say this is even above the VeggieTales video as far as effort goes. That's how big it is. And I want to make better videos. I want to make things of more substance that are more thought-provoking and cerebral and interesting, with a story, with the stakes, the goals, the tension, just better content. Not just, you know, I won't quit doing the furry booby stuff. Don't you worry, Twitter. You can ride my dick about that later. But, I want to have a bit of column A, column B. And I think Balto is a good step in the direction for that, and I'm going to make sure it happens. No matter what, this video is going to be seen. And I really feel that like this tug of war with Universal is they're like, trim down the clips, trim down the clips, trim it down. But here's the thing. Every time you upload a video, as far as a draft goes, you get tagged like maybe a handful of times, maybe 1 or 2 particular locations in the entire video. And you fix it. And then they're like, you go through the process of re-editing it, re-uploading it, and then like getting it up on YouTube. And then they're like, no, you have to change this too. And it's like, just tell me everything that needs to be changed. I'll do it like all at once if I can. But it's a process that goes over and over and over of just trying to refine it as YouTube, and it's you know, these copyright claim holders move the goalposts around constantly.
Yeah.
And I know this one's weird because they do like manual like claims. And what sucks the most is I know that this is fair use. I know that this is transformative content. I know that this does not impact the sales of their movies. If anything, I know it will bring them more business. Like, folks are nostalgic for Balto. And hey, I like watching films that might not even be good. Like Balto 2 and 3, I guess you'll see how I feel about that in the video.
That can be arranged.
That could be arranged.
I'm trying to explain why things have been slow on the channel. It's because one of the best videos we've ever made is stuck in limbo. But like, gosh, it's so frustrating because there was a version of the video that got like cleared for 5 days, and then it got hit, and then it got hit relentlessly like 20 times. And I'm like, God, it's over and over and over and over again. But I'm not giving up. I'm just not giving up. This video will happen no matter what. I'm gonna fight to the death for this one, all right? There's no turning back. So that's where I am. That's why it's been stuck. That's why, I mean, I'm sure there's folks who are like, man, he likes posting about Balto. I do, but only because I'm trying to keep y'all updated on why I'm getting screwed. You can only do so much in the face of multi-billion-dollar corporations, you know? Universal, NBC's like, this Saber Spark guy, he's trouble. Stop him. And I know it's not just automated, because I get like emails from YouTube saying after a manual review, and it's like, oh, so it's personal. But as of right now, it is like Friday, I think May something, and I was hoping to get the video uploaded the next day. It's not gonna happen yet. I need this to make sure that stays up and doesn't get hit. It hasn't been hit yet. I think it will eventually. But like this Sunday, I'm gonna like go through the video again and really reel it back without hopefully, you know, impacting the quality of the video. That's the part that gets me the most. Is I'm like, dang it, there's really some moments where we're trying to make a point with our transformative work, and we have to reel it in because we might get punished if we go too hard. Like there's a scene with like Balto howling, and I want to explain the music, but like, you know, God have mercy in your soul that you use music on YouTube that's not yours. So yeah, I hate that. But not giving up. We will deliver. We will make this a great video, no matter what. It's worth it. I really want to just thank you all for being so patient. I know in like the craziness of like YouTube changing as a platform, and how like I've seen this thing go from being like hobbies for so many folks, and then who's still many who do it for hobbies, to where there's like actual legitimacy for like careers. You've all been with me for the long haul.
Yo, Yuppie! Dude, thank you for the Prime subscription.
Just better substance.
Thank you so
higher
much.
stakes, just so I, as a creator, can be improving and providing, you know, my audience, who I like really appreciate.
That's very kind of you.
So, yeah, I'm not giving up on this, folks. It's gonna happen. You know, Balto saved those kids. Damn it, we gotta save this video.
I never thought it would turn out this way.
I'm gonna put it up on Patreon, like the full version that we had originally. So the paywall, I guess I'm not crazy about that. I only do it knowing that the full, like the version that I want to put on YouTube will be for anyone to watch. But for those who are like asking, because a lot of folks have asked.
Thank you so much.
On Patreon, there it is. You can watch it on Patreon, and the financial support is appreciated.
That makes a victory all the more sweeter.
Or 3, I think, in the last few weeks, and it's kind of fun.
And I'm glad that I also entertain you two in the process. At least I think I tried to, but but it sure was. It's more enjoyable though.
I'm okay. Just having your viewership is more than enough. Like, you all are amazing. But for those who want to support it, so it can keep funding the editors and whatnot on the team, you know, I appreciate it. We all do. So thank you. But more importantly, your viewership is like the most important thing of all. Down below, if you want to go check it out, I'll set it at the lowest tier for folks to access it. You know,
thanks,
there it is.
man.
So thank you. And also, one more thing here, the Caleb and Sophia video, which has been in limbo for like years now. And the reason why is because I'm like, it's religion. I want to be careful with that. That's coming along quite well. We finished a big portion of the project recently. I went to go see the Jehovah's Witnesses headquarters near Warwick, New York. I got promptly rejected at the front gates. That was fun. Yeah, that's taking shape. That's going to be probably one of the biggest videos for the channel as well. So ultimately, this video, despite it having reviews that are just, you know, whatever for movies that are weird or lewd or just of that caliber, it's not the defining trait of the channel moving forward. There's going to be more video essays, more what ruined and what's ruinings, things that are just of, again, higher caliber. So, you know, stay tuned. Appreciate the support. Balto's going to be coming in the pipeline here, hopefully.
Well, it's almost in less than 5 minutes. It's going to be a 6-hour mark. But at that point, it's going to be yeah. Oh, and better yet,
One Night at Flumpty's has been known to be one of the best FNAF fan games ever made, and not just the first one. It's been consistently praised for its mechanics, game design, and visuals. That's saying something, as there's quite a few fan games it has to compete with.
yeah. But I'm at a point though that I'm gonna need to take a break.
And even JRs. This video is going to be talking about why One Night at Flumpty's is so loved, and how its production haunted its creator. While a lot of earlier FNAF fan games feel like a reskin of the original Five Nights at Freddy's game, One Night at
Also, I
Freddy's
may as well
changed
treat
things
myself
quite a
to a
bit.
pizza.
Instead of
Don't
having
tell
Five Nights,
Leonard
you just
this,
have
and I
one.
know
But
he
this One Night
asked
is
if I
all
had
related to
pizza or
games that
not.
everyone's recommended
But
within the YouTube community.
I genuinely do want to like eat a pizza, you know, and spoil myself after all that. So, uh, I mean, he might probably figured it out, but yeah. I mean, I guess might be a secret if he's not here, but I don't know. I just feel like I want to reward myself after all it's been. Honestly, it's been a productive Sunday, at least to me. Um, so far, like I feel great when I get stuff done, or at least make some kind of progress, and it's like it really shows. Had a little bit of entertainment in between, and kind of rested. I really like sorry, legit legit saying I really do feel happy. I've been getting stuff done, and it just helps. I feel like I have a little bit of extra energy. It feels riveting. It feels motivating, and at least I feel like I finished something. And I feel like I got through the day, feeling like I accomplished something. It's like, yeah, it's something I've wanted to have in my day. And it's also awesome, that people care, such as yourself, and I really am thankful for that. I really do mean it. I do mean it. So, with all that being said, I know I want to continue doing more, the more, more of the same, and well, I know that the next 2 whole weeks, or I don't know, I know what's to expect. So it's gonna be busy, but I'm gonna need to try to manage my schedule or something. I kind of sorry. I think she looks a little nicer like this. Anyway, it's gonna be busy, but I am going to try my best to try to also to keep myself busy. Just you know, producing art and trying to stream more regularly. I'm not quitting on that no matter what. I want to throw that in. And the only time that I would quit is when the day I cannot do it anymore. And I hate to, for it to be an end too soon. But anyway, I know like the last few years, personally, is a bit rough. I actually had consistency, but it all just went downhill. But things are starting to climb back slowly but surely. I can't guarantee if I make promises, but then oops, something happens, and I'm just unable to fulfill that for whatever reason. Which is why I want to try. It's like I want to keep trying. I'm just gonna keep trying, and hopefully, I'll get. I'll probably have it, unless good luck and fortune happens. But that's just something else. But hey, as long as I have something that'll keep myself motivated, that's all that matters. What? Why can't I just? Oh, come on, really? Okay, hold on. It's one of those stupid things sometimes. Ooh. What? Okay, here we go. You can't tell, but uh, it's like it locked itself to this stupid thing. I find it froze on me and or done something major. That would be like a shameful display, but no. But yes, my man. and everyone here. I'm still trying. I'm still trying though. Some days I'm gonna have to, focus on myself, but that's fine. I don't need to do this religiously, but I hope to try to improve myself in this. But for now, I feel like a small little victory goes a long ways, right? So it's not just like Fortnite specific. Like what I'm doing right now, and like I got several projects happening. I'm working on a video game for a group of buds that I'm involved in. Um, I can't share too much about that right now, but I will tell you it definitely does have some elements of, I'm just gonna say it doesn't deal with fetishes. I don't, and I'm just gonna say it to you right now. It won't be something that you'll be particularly interested in. I just want to throw that in right now, but just want to throw that in advance. But I'm I'm part of a group, and just want to let you know that I'm working on a comic, and I'm actually I'm actually feel compelled to try to make this one happen. Again, slow but steady, getting there, and trying to get myself more work. But more work that I'd rather be doing rather than my job. Like my job pays okay to the point though, but now with the car I have to do, and I had to like manage my finances and stuff, I'm gonna need more work. So I'm doing whatever I can to. But hey, the start of this month is really nice. Not gonna lie, it's like a best startup period. So anyway, I think I said it out a little long, man. Lippy. So okay, nice Friday. I can look forward to that then. Okay. This is gonna be it for now. I'm going to stop here because I need to take a break. I'm gonna eat and well, relax. And I want to say thank you, and thank you everyone for dropping by, staying over, even if you're lurking. I had a good anniversary. It's been 3 years since I became like an affiliate, at least on a more serious note. And I'm gonna try and continue with my um, journey to grow, and hopefully things will continue. So thank you very much, Yuppie. And again, thank you so much for being around, for the follow, and the Prime. Yes, the Prime. Love you, man. All right, everyone. Well, before I do, I want to see if who is might as well give someone some kind of attention, right? So um, let me see who is on right now. I don't think I have got too many options, but what if you know? Let's see. How about um hmm I want to like let's see. Let's see. Too bad none of my friends are on here. Yo, welcome back, man. I was just about to head on out. But I was like trying to look for someone to follow. Like, okay, well, maybe this. Uh, maybe, you know, this is tough. Okay, I'm gonna have to browse creative. Maybe someone who needs a little more exposure. Can I get that? Yeah, I mean, I've been streaming for like 6 hours. I also have played video games too, so there's that. Let's see. Someone who is worth who deserves it. Man, it's been a while since I've actually like browsed around something like that. You know what? How about someone who is doing character design? Yes, I did. Yes, I did, my man. So I found the person, and we are going to raid the Solen Sama. Alright. Once again, I want to thank you everyone for showing up here on my anniversary. I had a great time so far today. Thank you so much. Thank you for also sticking around, Delon. I know you came back and all that, but I need a break. And with that, I'll see you guys on the next stream. Thank you. Thank you, Yuppie. Thank you, Delon. Love yous.